If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this fucking app.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
I just want to establish one thing. It's those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, you know, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
No, it just makes it stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Peace and greetings, everyone. Peace and greetings. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me get a mic check if you can hear me. Peace and greetings, peace and greetings. Mic check if you can hear me. Mic check. Mic check, press 1. We got a one, wonderful. All right, we have a lot of people in the house already, and we're just getting started. A lot of people in the house already, and we're just getting started. All right. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everyone. My name is Tehuti. Amenhotep Ra. I am a teacher of Ma'at. I am a teacher to help those break out of the matrix. Before we get into all of that, we're going to give a shout out to everybody who is here participating in the Tehuti Podclass, because we are one big family here. And I'd like to show everyone that is going to watch the YouTube video who is in the room. So first of all, we have Tehuti in the room. Shout out to Tehuti. Tehuti's in the room. All right, we got AJ Super Mogul. Peace and love to AJ Super Mogul. This is a wonderful student, one of the best students who always shows up for every podcast and has a one-on-one show or podcast with me, his own personal class. He is awesome. We got Jamio X. Shout out to Jamio X. He is another regular. Peace and love and blessings to you, Jamio X. We have Ed Ren. Shout out to Ed Ren. Another regular who comes to the Podclass. And we have the one and only major supporter here, major participator, Hika Kepper Ra. Shout out to you. You are wonderful. We got Ozar. Shout out to Ozar. Ozar, shout out to you. And we have, the one and only Jody Southworth, who actually met on the Killer Peace podcast, who was a moderator over there and who has been watching ever since. Shout out and peace and blessings and love to you. Shout out to you. I look very clear today. I changed the lighting, enhanced the lighting, and I look very clear. Wonderful. Shout out to Rigo, who says, good vibes. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at, who wrote a paragraph. Matt M. Amenhotep Ra, Matt M. Unki Ma'at, Un MS, translation, Ma'at is Amenhotep Ra is Ma'at. He lives in right and truth. He exists in it. Thank you, brother. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at, one of the moderators. Sullen Rock, Rashu, peace to you. This is another regular who comes through, who actually has jumped online one day, gave a nice tribute. Shout out to you. Shout out to somebody new here, Art Mac. Why does that spider move? We would have to ask her. I don't know. Shout out to you, Art Mac. And Shannon South Art, another regular. Boots. That's the name, Boots. I actually said it double, not even saying it twice. Boots. Peace and love. Master Teacher, Supreme. Shout out to you. Shout out to one of the moderators, Nanny Aset Mur. Shout out to you. We're going to announce them in a moment. Asiatic Soldier, also called Debo. Shout out to you. Keep working out. Keep strong. Keep dedicated. Shout out to Yeet TT. The great teacher, Tehuti. Love the 5-hour lectures. Oh man, I wish I prepared 5-hour lectures. I'm going to explain to the new people what actually is going on here, but shout out to you. What happens in this class here is actually much more difficult than a 5-hour lecture. It's actually based on the questions that are sent to me live. No prepared lectures here. Straight questions live. They either sent right before the class starts or literally as I'm teaching. We're going to get into that in a moment, but shout out to you, Yeet. Shout out to you. We got 7 tablets, Phil Clave. Shout out to you. And we got a first timer. Everybody give a nice round of applause and shout out to the first timer, Baba Ja'ol W. Shout out to you. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to explain what this class is about in a moment. We have another regular, Black's Netter. Am I saying this right? Black's Turn Netter. Black's Turn Netter. Okay. Shout out to you. Greetings all. And we have, of course, Asiatic Soldier again. We're to give him we got Arcade Infinite, and then peace to Arcade Infinite, another regular, and we got Yeet saying, yes, you're the only one that does it and does it well. Thank you, my brother. Yes, this is what I do here, put myself to the test. You can ask any question here live. We're going to explain it in a moment, how the class works. Shout out to everybody, Miss Nana. I see you in a couple days. Shout out to you, Miss Nana, another regular who also does personal one-on-one sessions with me. Shout out to Miss Nana. Soul Tribe, one of my favorite names in the room. Shout out to Soul Tribe. Wonderful. Okay, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me explain how this works. So my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. On my hat is Neith. Yeah, move your legs, Neith. There you go. on my head is Neith. She's all the way from Zimbabwe, all the way from what the Europeans call the southern part of what they named Africa. And Zimbabwe is where she is from. She is a unicorn. If you look on her head, you will see what looks like a black dot. It's actually a horn. She is a living unicorn spider from Zimbabwe. Supposedly extremely aggressive, extremely active. You should not touch them. They will bite you full of hot venom. All except for this one here, who comes with me all over the place. I walk outside with her. Me and her have a relationship. I raised her up since she was small enough. See a little line right here? There's a little line on my hand, a little crease. So she was small enough, I would take her out to the beach and I would hide her in that little crease. That's how long I've had her, since she was a little newborn, small enough to hide in the little crease there. And I would surprise people and I would open the crease and they'd see a little spider running around, and that was Neith. Her name means the weaver. She represents quantum entanglement. The original weaver in Kemet was called Neith, and I named my spider after her. Neith in Kemet was the weaver, the great weaver in Kemet, who was symbolic of photonic entanglement and the quantum string theory. That's actually where they get the quantum string theory from, and why they call sewing something knitting. Knitting comes from the word Neith, which is the ancient Kemetic goddess of quantum entanglement and string theory. We will get into that if somebody asks a question about that. And of course, with me is my beautiful Nakash. This is Nakash. Yes, you'll find his name in the Hebrew book of Genesis 3:1 as the name for the so-called devil, the serpent, in Genesis 3:1, called Nakash. This is his name. This is him right here. The real word Nakash came from the people in the most southern region of the Nile Valley. They were called the Nakashi, and translated to, unfortunately, as the Nubians. But they were never called Nubians. They were called the Nakashi, the wise enchanters. And the European took them due to racism, and because the European taught that dark-skinned people were evil and that darkness represents the devil. So they actually took the name of the original dark-skinned people, the Nakashi, and they put it in their Bible as the serpent, the devil. See him right there. Everybody hold on one moment, 1 second. All right, I shall. It's gonna be excellent. Oh, it just went a little blurry. I'm trying to fix that. Hold on, let me show you. Okay, hold on one moment. It's a little bit blurry. Let's see if we can. Neith, how you doing? Are we clear enough? We are clear. Okay. Boom, Neith, they can see you nicely. There's the horn on your head. Okay, good. Let me put it back over here. Wonderful. We are back clear, a little bit more clear again. Awesome. So yes, so they took the Nakasi, the ancient serpent people, and they put it in your Bible as Nakash in Genesis 3:1 as the name of the devil. But in actuality, it was a good name. It represented us as the enchanters. They took the concept of enchantment as whispers, associating with the hiss of the whisper of the serpent. They were the serpent people, which is why all pharaohs wear a serpent on their head. They were the Nakhasi, and this is Nakhas right here. I am always around animals. I get along with animals more than I get along with people. I trust them because they actually have never betrayed me, as people have. So they represent the ancient forces of nature, and that's why every single netter that you see will be in somewhere, some form associated with some form of animal. And the writing of the Moderator language is 90% in animals and living creatures, because we were in tune with nature. That's actually where the word nature comes from the Latin word neter, which meant power, which came from the meta word neter, which was power. And this is Nakash. All right, Nakash, you stay right there. Boom. Let's get started, everybody, and let me tell you how the Tehuti Podclass works. It's a fun class. It is, I would say, the most interactive, informative class on YouTube. And here is how it all began. So I've been teaching ever since, I think, 1993 or so. I'm teaching on Canada, Montgomery, Alabama. I was teaching anywhere from 30 to 500 people at one time, and then I went underground. I stopped teaching for a long period of time, a little bit past 1999, and I went online after that onto a room called Pal Talk, which I upset the Hebrew Israelites so much that they actually renamed their Hebrew Israelite rooms after me, called Banishing Amenhotep and his 6,000 deities. So I started teaching on Pal Talk, and then I removed myself from Pal Talk and went off of internet, went off of online. I was teaching before there was a YouTube, before there was any of this going on. And I just taught my direct students in person, my inner circle, and people that I knew. I wrote two books, they're pamphlets, small writings, and I put them out, and then I just started teaching my direct students. And then I started, as I met a brother named Ahati Ma'at, who I'm going to introduce in the room. He was a brother who was down and out when I met him. He was questioning Hebrew Israelitism. He was a Hebrew Israelite in the past, and I started dropping information on him. Met him at the beach, started dropping information on him, took him in as a personal student. He was a loyal student and a bodyguard of mine ever since. And then he started going online and watching the other teachers, well, I won't name, but we'll just say the other teachers that are very popular online. He came back to me and he said, wow, the way that you teach Tehuti, well, he called me Pharaoh back then, Amenhotep, the way that you teach so specifically and precise and detailed, people need to hear it, because the people that he sees online are just talking from the top of their head, just kind of like pep talk, and we can do it, you are the gods, and just like pep talk, and Christianity is wrong, Jesus is Heru, but no thorough breakdown going into the papyrus, going into science, history, archaeology, anthropology. And so he said, you need to get out there, because a lot of the people that are out there are wanting the type of truth that you have, that you give. So what I did is I popped online, started looking at some of the teachers that were online, and lo and behold, boom, they were some of the teachers that are very popular were actually children of my students. They were children of the people that I was teaching, or they were actually my students. And I saw them getting very popular and their names getting out there. And I was like, oh, I remember such and such. He was 11 years old when I was teaching his parents and his auntie and mother. And oh, this is what the internet is. Oh, they're just getting hype off of like drama and excitement. And oh, I see. So I came online, went to, I did an interview on a group called the Lion's Den. I did a little interview, and from that interview, the challenger, the heavyweight champion challenged me to a debate. I didn't know anything about what was going on. I just came for an interview. Hati said they just want to find out about my beliefs. I ended up debating their champion. The judges were, there was only two judges that were not biblically, one judge who was not Bible-based. I didn't know what I was getting into. Ended up wiping him out, beating him, and then opponent after opponent, they kept sending them to me. How would you like this person? They were sending me names. I didn't know the internet people, popular people. They said, how would you like Taharka? How would you like Jabari? How would you like Zion Lex. And I'm like, I don't even know who these people are, but sure, I'll take him. How'd you like this person? Like, how'd you like Unc West? And I'm like, you know, but Unc West actually came on while I was on and actually challenged me live. I didn't know who he was. So people started challenging me, and anyways, one after the other, 1, 2, 3, 4, we just kept going, and I kept beating them until I decided to leave that group due to disorganization and chaos and other things. I left that surrounding there. I really didn't come in to become any kind of debater. I'm a teacher, but it was fun getting into debates with people. It was fun. Went to Sonnetter, ended up debating Zion Lex, Jabari, beat them according to the audience. I just recently in December went on to do Vocab Malone, beat him. Then the actual owner of the lines then came on to challenge me while I was giving a lecture. Beat him. I think it's 15 to 85 or 14 to 86, some crazy number. Beat the owner of the debate league, and anyway, it's been fun. So I've been teaching and doing one-on-one classes with everybody. And then what happened was, as the classes as more people started learning, because I went on Killer Priest, and people from the Killer Priest show wanted one-on-one classes with me. It was too much, ladies and gentlemen, too much to do class after class after class one-on-one. So I announced on the Killer Priest podcast, listen, I'm going to open up the Tehuti Podclass, and everybody will be able to come in live and question me live. No prepared lecture, nothing. Send in live questions, but we will do this with reciprocity, meaning that I spend hours and hours and years and decades studying and absorbing information and downloading, as they call it, information, researching, and doing all of this so I can give all of you the most precise information possible. So when I went on the Killer Priest show and started answering people's questions, they were sending me what's called super chats. You've seen it on YouTube, it pop up on the screen. A super chat will pop up, and a paid question, paid support. And so I started the Tehuti Podclass, and YouTube removed my ability to super chat right as I earned it. So because of that, I set up my own way to support for questions and to support for just supporting me in what I do, because this is reciprocity. I'm on here for hours and hours educating you. So what I have is I set up a question and answer session, but the way that you send in questions, and I'm going to show it on the room right now, the way that you send in questions is you send them in, put out the banner right here, see the bottom right there? You send them in through PayPal and through Cash App. So I have monetization on my channel, but my whole class is based on all of your questions. I don't have super chats. What you all do for support is you send in PayPal or Cash App any donation that you feel that my efforts are worth. And in there, they give you a little section to write a paragraph where you can put in the question. PayPal gives you a little bit more to write. Cash App gives you a little bit less, but nonetheless, both of them give you the ability to send in a question. So for example, when you send in a question, I get a notification of the question, and then boom, it pops up on the screen as such. This is Brian Wallace saying, can we talk about the importance of philology? So it pops up on the screen. Boom, this is Melvin Brown saying he actually purchased some books. And it keeps going. People sending questions. It pops up on the screen. Raphael Gary, who is awesome, who always sends in questions. He asked me one a couple weeks ago, how did you take the Pentagon UFO meeting in Houston? And I get up on there and I answer the question. When you send in PayPal, it looks like this. Boom. You believe in the idea that some crystal energy can help you. So whatever you send in, it pops up on the screen. This is Rodrigo, who said, peace Tehuti. This was actually last week, I believe. This is June 3rd. He said, peace Tehuti. And to the Podclass, could you get into ITI, please and thank you. So this is what it looks like when you send in PayPal. It pops up on the screen, and this is what you look like when you send in Cash App. Steven Escalar, Steve E, always sends in beautiful amounts to help support. And of course, when people send in large amounts, like over $25, I give them a hand clap, shout them out even more, and I appreciate it because this is what I do for a living. I know, and I'm guilty of it too. All of us on a Friday night, what would we be doing if you weren't into knowledge? We'd be buying alcohol. Well, I actually never drank a glass of alcohol in my life, but for those alcohol, we'd be doing marijuana, smoking. I've never smoked either, but on a Friday night, going out to the club, $20, $25 to get in, a bottle of alcohol, $50, shots for the girls. We're trying to press the girls with $8 a shot, $12 a shot. By the end of the night, each and every person has spent $100+ for what? For intoxication. And then, of course, you have to get the hotel room for the girl or the guy, or for everybody to hang out for the after party. We have the gas money, driving around. If we go to the football game, the baseball game, the basketball game, that's $75 a ticket. If we want front row seats, maybe $150. We go to Jay-Z concert on a Friday night. It costs us $150. And so on and so on. Don't forget the dress code. Of course, we got to have on the Fly Gucci, the shoes, the Nike Air Force, whatever they're called. I don't know if I'm not into any of that, but we have to have on the shoes, and of course, you got to get the chain. By the end of the night, by the end of the month, you spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars to intoxicate yourself. We are out of that lifestyle now. Well, most of us are. And so now I'm saying, take your money and put it towards knowledge. I take my money and put it towards knowledge. If I was to spin this camera around, my whole area that I live in is books. Books and books and videos and books and snakes, and just everything is just books and plaques and win certificates and more books and papyruses. And that's what I've spent just on magic alone, learning magic and the art of magic. I myself have spent over 40,000, tens of thousands on books and videos, because I find that more important than the hundreds of dollars I spent on donuts, Cheerios, homogenized milk. What have we bought in our lives? All this sugar. And so all I ask for humbly is reciprocity, because we're supposed to take this information more important than we take sugar. So for example, again, there's Arthur Richardson, who sent $25, who also asked about the ITI. Arthur Richardson again, why subconscious? This was a great question. A lot of people sent in thanks and appreciation for this question. Certain people did. Were really impressed with this answer, and it pops up on the screen. It can be any amount. Anthony Drain always sends $10.72. He doesn't usually ask a question, he just sends in for support. That is what the Tehuti Podcast is about. It's reciprocity. I give, you receive. You give, I receive. And we have a relationship as such. We have to take our knowledge seriously, because most of the time we take our knowledge as opinionated. So we don't take it as serious as college, where, you know, if you went to college, one book could cost $80. One textbook for your college class, $80. The tuition, the money to get into the school, the student loan, $75,000. And 95% of people that go to college do not become what they went to college for. It's over 90%. People spend a college loan for $50,000 and end up working at the car lot, or they end up being an entrepreneur at something else, or they went to college for such and such. So that is what the Tehuti Podcast is about. It's about reciprocity. And before I begin the class, I start off with what's called the affirmation. Most of what I am about to say is going to be on the screen. There is one line that is missing, and I'm actually going to add that line and correct that. I think it's one line I didn't translate. So I'm going to go ahead and start this affirmation. And this is how I wake up with my family in the mornings. This is how we start our me and my goddesses and children start our morning meetings and our classes. And I'm going to share it with everybody. And then we're going to get into some powerful information. So here it is right here. Anki Ma'at Un MS, Min Tet Oset Maya, Min Hepapet Maya, Per Enhu Kiui, Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation that I've given out to people. That is how I start the Tehuti Podclass. That is how I wake up every morning with me and my goddesses and children. This is what we say every day. We start our day living in Ma'at. You see the shirt? Living in Ma'at. Ma'at is the oldest ancient word for spiritual truth on the planet Earth. Okay, the theme of the podcast is, you'll see this pop up, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Very, 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 very important. Okay, so with that being said, I'm now going to introduce you to the people that you ask questions to. Let me do this right here because one moment here. Let me see this. Okay, so these are the beautiful, awesome, wonderful, supportive people that I'm going to show you all in a moment. And let me see if I can go ahead and put this up. So these are what are called the moderators. So you've heard of moderators. Of course, moderators are people that help keep the each podcast or the YouTube channels secure. They help you with answering questions as to how the class works. These are the people that guide the podcast as far as keeping it in control. If you act crazy or disrespectful, you will be put out of the room because we do not have any form of disrespect allowed in the room. You can disagree. You can put Tehuti, I disagree. You can put anything you like as long as it's based on knowledge. And if you send a donation, support, you can actually come on the screen and have a 5-minute, 10-minute conversation with me. Absolutely, we are open, but we will not have any kind of disrespect. So with that being said, let me introduce you to the moderators. These are the moderators here. Anki and Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, and Seneti Amun. And we've had a wonderful, awesome update. And the awesome update is, let me go ahead and do this because they won't let me put, I can't get it on that screen. I got to change something. So here is the big screen, and these are the moderators on the big screen. Anki and Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, and Seneti Amun, and Ahati Ma'at. These are the moderators. Anki and Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, Seneti Amun, Ahati Ma'at. You will see them all in the room. All in the room. Hold on. You will see them all in the room with a wrench. Those are the moderators. Those are the ones that will help you understand what the room is all about. Do not, and I repeat, do not ask them questions pertaining to knowledge. Please do not ask them questions pertaining to knowledge. Okay, we don't ask that in here. That's asked to myself. It is not asked to the moderators. That will distract the class. With that being said, we have 69 people in here. Please send your support. This is my AI moderator. You see on the screen, that is my AI moderator. She is saying support with Cash App TT Amun. You can also support by inquiring how to get my writings, which is Melanin Dark Consciousness. Boom. You can inquire how to get that. And also the very popular Secret of the Ages, Stepping Out of the Matrix. The beautiful thing is, if you send the money to the Cash App for those two books, they're a package. They come together for $25. for both of them. If you send it, you actually get it while I'm teaching, while I'm here in front of you. You'll see it pop up in your email. So you can tell people in the chat, hey, while Tehuti was teaching, I actually got the book in the class. That's how fast we work. You don't have to wait a day. You don't have to wait hours and hours, unless you send it during a time, of course, me and the moderators are sleeping. Then, of course, it can't be sent out to you. All right. So, shout out to everybody in the room. It is going to be a great podcast. Please ask your questions through the Cash App, as you see, Tita Amun Cash App, and through the PayPal. If you send questions in the chat, I don't see them, because this is a supportive class where I answer the questions that are coming from people who are supporting what I do. So I don't have time to look in the chat and see a bunch of questions and conversations in the chat room. Simply just send in your support to PayPal and to Cash App and write your question there. It will pop up on the screen and I will get right to it. All right, wonderful people. Beautiful, wonderful people. And by the way, this is the person who named the moderators. His name is Stranger. Stranger is not a stranger here. Stranger is actually very familiar here. He's been with me ever since the Killer Priest podcast. When I was on there, as you see in my intro, when I used to be on there live, Stranger's been with me ever since. And he is the one that actually came with the name Moderators. All right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So, Stranger. By the way, Stranger asked a question last week, and I just wanted to tell him again. He asked a question about mortgages in Kemet and property disputes, and I told him that there were no mortgages in Kemet, and I have no record of like property disputes. So I told him that I would come back next week if anything was found, and nothing was found. The concept of mortgages is definitely European. It did not come from Kemet paying amount with a debt on top and getting evicted out of your property. None of those things are recorded in Kemetic history, but shout out to that question. And now we're going to get into the questions that I'm about to put up on the screen. Oh, hold on a second. One moment. It's telling me my Mac is going to go to sleep. I don't want my Mac to go to sleep, so. And thanks everybody for helping me get those who donated a couple weeks ago to help me get the Mac, because you saw about a month ago I was having all those issues with the computer, and people donated, and now I have a Mac. Shout out to some new people that just came in the room. We have a Domino Castro. Shout out to Domino Castro. Domino Castro. We have Christian Gomez. We have the almighty E Manifesto. Stranger. Shout out to you. And we have Daniel Setmer saying, these are award-winning answers. Please donate. Strange Ja. You guys are creative and fun. This is awesome. All right, everybody. So let's get started. We got everybody. Peace to Maurice. Shout out to Maurice. Aunt Mac is asking Egyptology to somebody. Shout out to you. Shout out to the King Naga. King Naga. Let me give you guys a little information on the King Naga. So when I went into that debate channel, there was a brother who used to be with that group called the Lion's Den all the way back from the beginning. From the beginning, when it was on a cell phone, he supported the owner of the group. And then I came across him. He was a form of a Hebrew Israelite. He was Hebrew Israelite, but I noticed he was definitely interested in what he would always say, Cushite, Nile Valley. He was always interested in the Cushite, even though he was a Hebrew Israelite. Anyways, time went on. They tried to push him to debate me. A troublemaker named Kanzu and JJ tried to push him to debate me. As I was observing the brother, his brother, what's his name? What's the brother with Anu Kakarot? Anu Kakarot came into the group, and they utilized me to initiate him by walking him through and asking him questions, kind of like an interrogation room. His name is Anu Kakarot. and I treated him with respect. I didn't destroy him, and he gave me utmost respect from there. And this is his partner, King Naga, and they tried to set me up to debate him, and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. I knew that it wasn't gonna work. I would have debated him. The debate topic was about, they wanted to have it Bantu language first or Medu, something to that effect. You know, I knew that the brother was coming towards, I knew what direction he was going into, so there's no need for me to do that. And when I got in there, I said, basically, we got into a preliminary, and I said, you're not even interested. He said he's not interested, and that was it. They were like, oh man. But anyways, shout out to this brother. They couldn't get me and him to debate, and he's had respect for me ever since, and even before that. A nice form of loyalty, and he's definitely for the Kushite. Now I see his avatar. His avatar is actually a pharaoh now. I don't even know if he's into the Hebrew stuff anymore, but shout out to you for having the pharaoh avatar. He may have gone full Kushite mode. Shout out to the Naga man. Peace. All right, just have to give him a little respect there, because he's made him have a little history going back into that group. Bag Chaser is here. Shout out to the Bag Chaser. Shout out to you. Catch the bag. Shoot some of that bag over here. Shout out to DL. Bro, there's a spider on your hat. Oh no. There's a spider on my hat. Shout out to you. Shout out to the infamous. This man's name is Black Alucard. I have him on a diet program. He is one of the most loyal, dedicated students. He is loyal, disciplined, dedicated. Always gives the highest donations and support. A lot of times he just gives support. He didn't ask a question, he just gives support. Shout out to you. This is Boss Fee, Black Alucard. He is awesome. Shout out to you, my brother. He's very loyal, very good, very serious about the information. King Naga gives Black Fist. Black Fist, Black Fist. Don't forget to like and share. That is enough of the intro, ladies and gentlemen. I know why everybody's here. Everybody's here to see what questions are going to be sent to Tehuti. Is he going to get trapped? Is he going to break it down? Is he going to elaborate? I am the only teacher that has no idea what the topic is going to be. The topic of the classes are based on the students. I reversed it. Usually when you go to class, topics are based on the teacher having subject 1, subject 2. My topics, I don't know what they're going to be. I don't have much time to prepare. So they're asked live. You guys control the topics. I'm put to the test. I don't think, I've never seen that done with any of these so-called Kemetic teachers in Black conscious. That's very, very difficult to do, especially when you see how I answer. We're about to get into it. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get started with the first question. Boom, let's get into it. Yeet says, let's get it. I know this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's get it in. Everybody, please send your support to the Tehuti Podclass, and we will go get the answers. We'll fish them out. Okay, let's see. What's the first question here? And I'm going to answer this first question, and then I'm going to take a break. Also, I saw the good Muslim brother, and I don't see his name, but there's a brother here who he is a Muslim. He had a personal class with me as well. Abbas, I saw his name, but I don't see it now, but he's in here somewhere. Shout out to Scott Reiger, peace. Scott Reiger with the black cards. Darius McNair says, Tehuti about to go in once again. Oh, there he is. There he is. Shout out to you, young brother who's coming out of Islam, who I told the young brother, if you send a good support, basically, you can send questions to me, everybody. You can send in support. If you send in a good amount, like $20 or whatnot, $25, whatever you send in, instead of me giving an elaborate answer, you can actually bring somebody up here to take that same time period to have a conversation with me. So let's say somebody sends in, it's a new thing that I've added to the Tehuti Podclass to add a little bit of excitement and a little bit of more interaction to the podcast. So let's say, for example, this person here, who's this? Owen Hythe sends in 2143. So he sends in 2143. and then I answer his question. This one wasn't a question, but he just sent in that. And what happens, a lot of the questions sometimes take about 15 minutes to answer, sometimes 20 minutes to answer. If you send in that amount, instead of me giving a 20-minute answer, you can actually bring somebody up here, or you or yourself can come up front and talk to me directly for 15, 20 minutes. That includes if you disagree. That includes if you want to agree, if you disagree. Abbas, I told the brother, bring your family members. They're harassing him. Bring the imam, the sheikh, bring the top Islamic scholar, and you give that donation. And instead of me answering a question, you can literally bring the imam up here, and I will have a 20-minute live debate, very respectful, very organized, right in front of everybody, live. You can bring up any topic to me, question me, interrogate me, drill me. And that's something I've added to the Tehuti Podclass, a little bit of the excitement there, so you can see that I interact with people. Greetings, Steve E. I interact with people. Shout out to the highest donator ever, one-time donator. This is the Owen Hythe. This is the Battleground. The battle against darkness is on. Light up, Raw Scribe. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to Jacqueline Ma'at. Shout out to Jacqueline Ma'at didn't go up. Shout out to Azim. Where did Jacqueline Ma'at go? Shout out to Azim Counts. Shout out to Jack Queen. Jack Queen Ma'at. Shout out to Jack Queen Ma'at. Shout out to you. Peace to Tehuti. I think I know who this is, but I can't see the picture, but I think I know that. But shout out to you, Jack Queen Ma'at. Shout out to everybody who's in the room. I interact with you. So we're going to get into the first question. I see 84 people in the room. New people, watch how this goes. Watch this. So where? Let me get into it. Boom. First question is, this is from Hika Kepara. I'm about to show it on the screen here. I'm going to do a screen share, show it to everybody, because I like to show everybody the respect for what they are donating, what they are giving. Everybody, check it out if you can see the screen. This one actually was from last week that got sent in. Some of these get sent in right before I close up. I don't have time to answer them, or it goes into like 11 o'clock and I'm pooped because I'm teaching from 8 o'clock on after the intro. So this one says, Heka Kepara, how do we access genetic memories? How do we access genetic memories? Great question. I'm actually going to break it down by giving you a history and an understanding, and actually going to answer the question by getting you to set up a one-on-one with me. But I'm going to break down genetic memory, because there's different types of memory. But let's get into it. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. First of all, let me see if you can see the screen. Press A1. Press A1 if you can see the screen. I'm going to get back to this chat and see. Press A1 if you can see the screen. Shout out to the new people. Antu Key, interesting name. Shout out to you. If you can see the screen, ladies and gentlemen, press A1. I'm going to put the screen back up here. The screen should have a little baby, a little cute, beautiful, melanated baby with her natural hair out. If you can see that, press A1, everybody. I'm going to shrink it down so I can see if you all press the 1. All right, we got Light Visible. Shout out to you. We got a bunch of new people. I love it. Light Visible. Not familiar with that person, but shout out to you for coming in. Love all of you. You're awesome. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Andromeda Miserabilis. Shout out to you wherever you went. There you are. Boom, boom, boom. All right. You all can see the screen. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen again. And let's get into this question here about genetic memory. Can genetic memory even be shared? Let's get into it, everybody. So here's the question again. Boom. The question is, how can we access genetic memories? All right. Let's break it down, everybody, because I like to break things down scientifically, factually, so you can see what is going on. So here we go. So genetic memory, actually, let me, boom, boom, boom. Blow up the screen a little bit here so you can see over here. Boom. So we have genetic memory. So genetic memory actually is a memory. Direct genetic memory is a memory that's passed on from mother and father to child. That is a genetic memory. That type of memory actually is blocked. I'm going to get into it. We're going to get into the memory that you're more likely asking about. Is going to be another type of memory, but we have two cells here. Let me go ahead and move this out the way. Oh, no, I don't want to stop sharing. Okay, so as far as genetic memory, this is the type of genetic memory that's actually passed on. You have somatic cells. Let me go ahead and shrink this. We have somatic cells, and somatic cells are brain cells, fat cells, heart cells, muscle cells, red blood cells, nerve cells. These are the cells that hold a memory for the time that the person is alive. As far as genetic memory is germinating cells. These are the type of cells right here, germinating cells, egg and sperm. So egg and sperm are germline cells, which are different from somatic cells, egg and sperm. So in other words, let me go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. So genetic memory transference is supposed to be impossible because reproductive cells are split into two groups: somatic, i.e. muscle cells, blood cells, skin cells, nerve cells, then germ cells, which are then only cells that can transmit DNA to the next generation. So the DNA to your generation is coming from egg and sperm cells. So what does this mean? So thus, if a father's finger gets amputated and affects the somatic cells, which is what happens, or you get a cut, or you get hit, damage, that is not passed on genetically to the son or the daughter. I will teach you that it is not genetic paternal-fraternal memory that is passed on, but frequency is where the memory is passed on, and our physical is the antenna in which can be utilized to tap into that frequency. Okay, so what does this mean? That means that if your mother and father was an excellent math student and they got grade A's in their math, they understood the test, they passed with flying colors, or they were a biologist, okay, or they get a cut, or anything that they've adapted while they were physically alive, okay, these things go into the neurons, the brain cells, the somatic cells. If they get a cut on their hand, if they get stabbed with a knife, the body remembers it for the time being that it's happening and for the time that it takes to heal, or the scar that is there while that person is alive. Which means that the child that's being born, the genetic memory is not passed on. So the child that is born is not automatically a grade A math student, nor are they born knowing algebra, calculus, nor are they born with an amputated finger, nor are they born with any information directly information that the father or mother spent time doing. If the father was a professional football player, the new infant is not born knowing how to throw a football, does not know what a touchdown is, does not know what Kemet is. As a matter of fact, nobody is born with any kind of religion or that type of knowledge. The child has to start fresh with learning brand new and having their own experience physically. And I'm going to emphasize on physically. That means that physically the germline cells, they pass on, but the somatic cells and the damage or what has been attained, that doesn't pass on. There is something that can pass on or you can access to, which appears like it's a genetic memory passed on, but it is not technically, scientifically, a genetic memory. Somatic cells passing on to the mother. If the mother loved roses, the baby's not born knowing what a rose is. So that is the somatic cell. So it cannot be passed on in that way. Let us move on and understand how genetic memory was passed on. So, for example, here is, let me go ahead and, so here's a form of genetic memory that is passed on, but it took millions of years for this genetic memory to be passed on. So this is an example of genetic evolutionary memory proving that consciousness, after it is stamped within the DNA, can be passed down, but this took 30 million years to take place. You might be asking, what is Tehuti talking about here? What is going on here? Well, what is going on here is vestigial genetic memory. Vestigial genetic memory. For example, this is a genetic memory that's passed on. This is called Palmer's grasp reflex. Supported to be a vestigial behavior in human infants. When placing a finger or object in the palm of the infant, it will securely grasp it. The grasp is found rather to be extremely strong. Some infants, 37%, according to 1932 study, are able to support their own weight from a rod, although there's no way they can cling onto their mothers. The grasp is also evident in the feet too. So they have Palmer's grasp in the feet. When a baby is sitting down, its prehensile feet assume a curled posture. Those who have children have seen this. Those who have rubbed your baby's foot, I have. And the foot was trying to grab me, and the foot stays in this like curled position, which if you look down at your feet right now, it is not in that curled position. But they assume a curled posture, much like what is observed in an adult chimp. An ancestral primate would have had sufficient body hair in which an infant can cling, unlike modern humans, thus allowing its mother to escape from danger such as climbing up a tree, presence of a predator without having to occupy her hands holding a baby. So the baby clings on to the mother while the mother is running away from, let's say, a jaguar or a lion or wherever monkeys and predatory animals may exist, even an eagle, a snake, a black mamba, anything that is danger. Monkeys and chimpanzees, they can cling on. Well, monkeys evolved from 30 million years ago. So this is an example of a genetic memory that's passed on through a vestigial trait through evolution, but it took millions of years. It is not passed on from, let's say, your father to you, unless it becomes a part of the genetic makeup of the creature itself, which represents the Palmer's grasp, which is shown to prove that we evolved from this type of creature. We actually still are apes right now, according to science, which is interesting. They're actually having this conversation on Sonetta right now, actually. That's interesting. Okay, let me go ahead and blow this up here. Boom. And we're going to go ahead and magnify this. So here, we're going to go down to the bottom. And I have some images here to show the prehensile feet that are fully developed in the monkey as it's able to grab something with its feet. A monkey's feet in a monkey's hand is actually the same. They actually serve the same purpose. They can both hold on to things. While the monkey gets food down here, the feet actually support it here and here, just like a hand. And it's able to climb trees, hold on to its mother, and escape danger extremely rapidly, which is one of the reasons why you can see chimpanzees and monkeys climb trees so fast compared to us. Well, here's an image which I'm going to show a video of the Palmer's grasp. And these two are not monkeys. These are actually babies, which I'm actually going to show a video of the genetic memory of 30 million years passed down through vestigial evolution, and they're able to grasp on to this piece here. And parents can't explain why they're even grasping, why they even want to grasp, but it is a Palmer's grasp, which comes from a genetic memory. That type of genetic memory can be passed down. Now, what they're doing is they're actually, right now, UCLA, actually years ago, UCLA, through technology at UCLA, they're now demonstrating conscious transference by paternal-maternal means. So they're doing experiments where they can transfer consciousness through paternal-maternal means faster than it takes to evolve. So here is the experiment. Here's what's happening right now. This is UCLA newsroom. I'm going to go ahead and blow this up. And UCLA biologists transfer a memory. Research in marine snails could lead to new treatments to restore memories, alter traumatic ones. So they're doing this experimentation on marine cells to show that memory actually can be transferred over. I'm gonna go ahead and shrink this down and read. Thank you so much. Okay. So here we are. Here we go. Okay, so I think in the not too distant future, we could potentially use RNA ameliorate the effects of Alzheimer's disease, post-traumatic stress, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, said David Glanzman, senior author of the study holding a marine snail. So here he is holding this huge snail, and they're doing a study to transfer memory. So UCLA biologists report that they have transferred a memory from one marine snail to another, creating an artificial memory by injecting RNA from one to another. This research could lead to new ways to lessen the trauma of painful memories with RNA to restore lost memories. I think in the not too distant future, we just read that. Okay, so Glanzman, senior author of the study at UCLA, professor of integrative biology and physiology and of neurobiology. The team research is published May 14th in eNeuro, the online journal of Society of Neuroscience. RNA, or ribonucleic acid, has been widely known as a cellular messenger that makes proteins and carries out DNA's instructions to other parts of the cell. It is now understood to have other important functions besides protein coding, including regulation of a variety of cellular processes involved in development of disease. The researchers give mild electric shock to the tails of the species of marine snail called Aplysia. The snails receive 5 tail shocks, one every 20 minutes, and then 5 more 24 hours later. The shocks enhance the snail's defensive withdrawal reflex. We've all seen that in snails. A response to display the protection from potential harm. When the researchers subsequently tapped the snails, they found that had been given the shocks displayed a defensive contraction. The latest average 50 seconds. Simple type of learning known as sensitization. Those that had not been given the shocks contracted for only about 1 second. The life scientists extracted RNA from the nervous systems of the marine snails that received the shock, that received the tail shocks the day after the second series of shocks, and also from the marine snails that did not receive any shocks. Then the RNA from the first sensitized group was injected into the 7 marine snails that had not received any shocks, and RNA from the second group was injected into a control group of 7 other snails that also had not received the shocks. And lo and behold, remarkably, scientists found that the 7 that received the RNA from the snails were given the shocks behaved as if they themselves received tail shocks. They displayed a defensive contraction that lasted an average of over 40 seconds. The article goes on. Here's the demonstration, and you all get the point that they are doing this. Go ahead and blow this up. So, as far as genetic memory, accessing genetic memory, there is evolutionary memory that took millions of years, and then there is genetic memory passed on through genetics, which is the RNA, right? Injected into the snail that they're going to use in the future to hopefully be able to help Alzheimer's and other diseases by doing this artificially, not through your mother and father, but through experimentation. So it can be transferred through those means genetically. I want to stress on genetically, because I'm going to show how the memory that you're more likely asking about is actually not genetically, technically. Okay, wonderful. Let us move on. Beautiful. So let's understand our identity and what's actually happening here. Now we're going to get into the actual transference of consciousness. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You know us at the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can ask a question, send a Cash App or a PayPal, ask a question, and then boom, you will see a thorough breakdown of your question answered by myself. This is what I am gifted at. This is what I love to do, and I'm here to help. And we just ask for reciprocity for the time spent. Now we're going to get into immortality. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, immortality and consciousness, which is actually immortal. So our identity is not found within ourselves. I had to put that because we're dealing with genetic memory. So the identity of the genetic memory passed on through germ cells, that is the genetic memory, but the information access is not passed on through the cells, but our identity is not found within our cells. It's picked up from environmental signals that are picked up by proteins on the membrane of the brain cell and identity frequencies in the electromagnetic field. So even if the cells die, the frequencies in the field, the electromagnetic field, the earth grid, still continue. They are there until future receptors show back up when the broadcast plays through a new body. Thus, our reincarnated memories are not necessarily genetic memories, but the ability to tap into the mental plane, giving us access to all memory that share a similar frequency. I'll leave that up for a little bit for people to read and really digest this. So, what's happening? Let me shrink it back down. So what's happening here is it's not a genetic memory passed on from our ancestors, mother and father, to son, to daughter, but the proteins on the membrane of the cell and the identity frequency of the electromagnetic field can be picked up because consciousness exists outside of us and can be received inside of us through a frequency continuum. If the frequency is continuous and similar, you can pick up information regardless of what your parents knew. But you can also pick up what they knew because what they knew still exists on the mental plane. All right, I know that's a lot. Let's get into it. We're going to get into how this was actually is experimented by the government right now through Michael Persinger. Let me go ahead and blow this up right here. And we're going to get into Michael Persinger, who actually worked with Ingo Swann, which is going to get into our next question. But Ingo Swann, because I see the question here. Ingo Swann, who was actually the remote viewer, who could actually pick up on one-pointed consciousness, regardless of his genetics. So here is Michael Persinger, June 26, 1945. Died in 2018, was an American-Canadian professor of psychology at the Laurentian University, a position he had held from 1971 until his death in 2018. His most well-known hypotheses include temporal lobes as the central cumulate for mystical experiences, subtle changes in geomagnetic activity. I want to stop right there. So, what's geo? Geo, ladies and gentlemen, is the Earth. Geomagnetic activity, that's the Earth grid, the electromagnetic grid that surrounds us, the 62 grid, Earth grid, the ley lines that surround us. Geomagnetic activity, which birds and bees use to navigate and not hit each other and actually find directional frequencies to locate where they are going. This is a geomagnetic grid that you have the ability to tap into and also receive information because it exists on a conscious plane which cannot be destroyed. So the geomagnetic activity as meditators in parapsychological phenomenon, the tectonic strain within the Earth's crust as the source of luminous phenomenon attributed to identified aerial objects, and the importance of specific quantifications for energy, 10-20 joules, photon flux density, and small shifts in the magnetic field intensity, picotesla, nanotesla range. Go look up Nikola Tesla. and we could do a whole class on Nikola Tesla, for integrating cellular activity as well as human thought with universal phenomena, which means that the Earth grid, the electromagnetic grid, and the frequency and the moving of tectonic plates are holding and influencing human thought, which means that human thought is not kept within each individual human, but you are just an antenna to the Earth grid. When you pass, the thought and the frequency in the electromagnetic grid is still there, and we're about to show the experiment which proves that. So since 1971, he researched the electromagnetic grid effects on biological organisms. He found that electromagnetic grid can create mental states, electromagnetism can create mental states conducive to telepathy. So how did he test this? Well, let's move over here to see how this was tested. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, ladies and gentlemen, where you can come and ask questions and get answers to your questions. Your questions will not be insulted. You will not be called pseudo. You will not be name called. You will not get any drama. You will not get insulted. No ad hominem here. We do not ad hominem or insult any other YouTube channel, any other person. We deal strictly with facts and information. We let the facts and information speak for itself. Thus, we don't have to slander anybody. When you have enough information, you don't have to waste time attacking anybody individually. You just give the information. So here's the experiment. Two people were put in separate rooms, and each were surrounded by a computer-generated electromagnetic field. Okay. A light was flashed on one subject's eye. The person in the other room showed brain responses as if they saw the light flashing. This was done by Persinger. So what's happening here, ladies and gentlemen? They put people in two different rooms, and the only thing that can pass through the wall is the electromagnetic field, because electromagnetic fields can pass through solid matter. So they're in two different rooms. The electromagnetic field is on a particular frequency. A person is a light is shone in the subject's face or in their eye. The electromagnetic field carries that thought into the other person's brain, and their brain begins to respond as if that physical thing is happening to them. That's physical experience. So thus, consciousness is passed on through the electromagnetic field from one person to the next through walls. This is also done by the U.S. military command, where it was passed on from Los Angeles all the way to Arizona. So there's no limitation of time and space when it comes to this experiment. And here it is right here. I'm going to show the actual article, experimental article, and this is a remote viewing with Ingo Swann, psychological profile, encephalogy graphic correlates magnetic resonance imaging, which if you go to a few classes back, you'll see my explanation of the electroencephalograph versus the magneto, and how thoughts are actually outside of the brain. But anyways, let's get back to this. So this is Ingo Swann. Ingo Swann is extremely important to understand. He's actually one of the founders of remote viewing itself. And he developed the process of remote viewing, awareness, distant objects or places without employing normal senses, was exposed during a single sitting of 30 minutes to specific patterns of cerebral magnetic fields that significantly altered the subjective experiences. Several times during subsequent days, he was asked to sit in a quiet chamber and to sketch and to describe verbally distant stimuli by getting his brain to focus on the 7 Hz spike. All right. So here's what Persinger said about this experiment. Persinger said, "We think that's tremendous because it may be the first macro demonstration of quantum connection or so-called quantum entanglement. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I know that most of our people are only familiar with entanglement through Jada Pinkett, Will Smith, and the guy that she was involved with. But no, prior to Jada Pinkett, prior to the toxic example of entanglement, photonic entanglement is being studied by scientists such as Persinger, Ingo Swann, who work with the CIA, and the ability to photonic entangle thoughts from any distance, any place, into one pointed consciousness. This was photonic entanglement. Forget about Jada Pinkett and Will Smith and them. This is what it was to the intelligent people who were actually using it to research immortality, which is consciousness that exists outside of physical embodiment. Okay? So if true, then there's another way of potential communication that may have physical applications, for example, in space travel. Okay, let's shrink this down a little bit. So they've realized that from the during the remote viewing sessions, Persinger found the 7 hertz spike in Ingo Swann's brain, and that 7 hertz spike was found between the Earth's plane, the Earth's surface, and the ionosphere, which is the Schumann resonance. So it goes on to say, the article says, this magnitude would be too small to reflect a casual relationship and suggests a third factor, for a factor occurring intermittently during the 7 hertz period was responsible for the association. The numbers of separate episodes of 7 hertz spikes were correlated significantly with the similarity of the drawing of the stimulus. So Ingo Swann intuned his consciousness with the geomagnetic wave of the Earth's Schumann resonance and was able to see that which was held in the mental plane, called one-pointed consciousness or remote viewing. Okay, let's go back up here. So, to get into it, to elaborate again, it is not genetic memory that you're tapping into. You're actually tapping into the memory of all, the all consciousness, regardless of genetics. That means you can tap into your father, your father's information, your mother's information, a Caucasian's information, a black person's information, Indian's information that's supposedly in their head, a Chinese man across the world. There is no limitation, so it is not genetic memory passed on, but it is something that our ancestors taught that you had the ability to do regardless of the limitations of genetics. And Facebook is doing this right now. They're actually experimenting right now with this memory transfer, because they understand that it is outside of physical embodiment. So they know consciousness thought can be transferred outside of the mind and are using it for today's technology. Boom. Article comes out September 23rd, 2019, 4:30 p.m. PDT. Facebook to buy startup for controlling computers with your mind. Let me read it again. Facebook to buy startup controlling computers with your mind. This is in 2019. Of course, this is already being done. I have video of this already happening. So it's already being done. It's 2022 now. This was 3 years ago. According to Bloomberg, okay, Facebook agreed to acquire Control Labs, a technology startup that is building software to let people control a digital avatar using only their thoughts. The world's largest social network is paying between 500 million and 1 billion, according to people familiar with the deal. The closely held 4-year-old startup, which has dozens of employees, has raised tens of billions in venture capital using a bracelet to measure neuron activity in the subject's arm to determine movement that person is thinking about, even if they aren't physically moving. You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Your thoughts are not limited to your physical body. That neuron activity is then transmitted to movement on a digital screen. Facebook declined to comment on the price of the acquisition. Technology like CTRL Labs may someday be a crucial part of products like augmented reality glasses, where a user might want to control a computer without the need for buttons or a keyboard. Your hands could be in your pocket behind you, explains Thomas Reardon, Chief Executive Officer of CTRL Labs at industry conference last December. It's the intention to move, not the movement. Let me read it again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the intention to move. That's what happens in the SMA area of the brain, which is broken down in my book, Secrets of the Ages, Stepping Out of the Matrix. I have a section in there called the submental motor area, the SMA area, which speaks about the intention that exists before the thought and before the physical movement. They've been able to tap into this, and now they can transfer that intention, the intention, to the physical object, and the object physically moves outside of the body, which I already have a video of. Okay, so now remember, let me shrink this down a little bit. Now remember, they said this frequency is mental transmission, is quantum entanglement. Now let's listen closely to the next video as I show how they are using this reality for transhumanism. Transhumanism, which if anybody wants to send a question on that, I can do a class on transhumanism. Actually doing a part of it right now. To connect our thoughts to the internet. So remember, person just said this. 1 second. Person just said, we think it's tremendous because it may be the first macro demonstration of quantum connection, or so-called quantum entanglement. If true, then there's another way of potential communication that may have physical applications, for example, space travel. So remember, they are talking about quantum entanglement from person to person. The quantum entanglement being used now is from person to online internet, just by connecting to the intention of your thought. You do not have to physically move. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This is how we break things down here. Okay, we break things down here using information that you can research, whether it is news articles, whether it's government experiment projects, whatever it may be. We break it down here on the Tehuti Podclass for you all to see and factually go research yourselves. So remember that word term, quantum entanglement. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and play a video. Actually, let me do this. I'm going to play a video. This may be a little scary for everybody. Oh, by the way, so here is the example of the here it is right here. Just by the intention of thought, boom, as he thinks about it, the hand is moving. He is not touching it, he is just thinking. His thought is being transmitted from out of his body into the arm, as you can see. He's just thinking. He doesn't have fingers to move. He's thinking and pretending that he has fingers to move. And just by pretending in his imagination, the arm on the outside knows his thoughts and knows that it needs to move the fingers and not the arm itself. There is your experimentation. So it is being done right now. I'm going to play a video in a moment, but right now I'm going to do a check in the room to make sure everybody can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. I'm going to go ahead and stop the screen here for just for a moment. Press 1 if you can hear me. Do y'all like this? This is a great way to spend Friday evening. We're not at the club. We're not drinking. We're not getting drunk. We're not vomiting. We're not doing all the weird stuff that we used to do. We are feeding ourselves with information that you can go research. You can all hear me. Press A1. Shout out to the new people that stepped in the room. One of the moderators wasn't here earlier. Stanetsi Amun is now here. Another good brother is here. Where'd he go? A brother is here. I saw him in here. Here he is. Shout out to We Plant You Enjoy, also known as Unc and Atta. I'm glad you all can see me. Master K is here. Master K is here. Chandler said I only threw up once. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Amir Ben Dabin is here. Shout out to you. I did a whole class one day just based on your middle name, Ben. Shout out to you. We are here to expose that which has not been exposed to the regular public. We are here to break things down. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm about to play a video that's going to show, this may scare some people when you actually see the technology of not genetic memory passed down, but that it goes beyond genetic memory and it goes into quantum entanglement memory. Shout out to everybody is here. Shout out to where are the Ben Bens? Shout out to Gambone. Shout out to Hati Ma'at, my greatest of students and my personal bodyguard. Shout out to you. I'm gonna go ahead, everybody, those who want to support, you send in the Cash app, send in your question as you type it in. You see how I answer questions and break things down. This has never been done on YouTube ever before. I'm bringing something that I feel you all deserve after all the drama and all the name calling and all the insults and people bickering, arguing back and forth and trying to tear people's channels down, and nobody's focusing on information, just focusing on what they don't like. I don't like Christianity because of, I don't like this, I don't like. Let's focus on what's out there and some real information without one ad hominem, without any of that. Pure information. Send in your Cash App questions to support the Tehuti Podclass. Seek questions, ask questions, seek Ma'at. I'm about to play a video which may scare some people. It may just, this video will show you what's actually happening out there and the transference of information outside of your body. So I know the person that sent this question didn't send in a large donation, but because the person is a consistent donator, I'm answering this question as if they sent in a huge, large donation. So for those who are saying, hey, this person sent in a small amount, listen, people here are consistent. There's some people here that are sending in multiple donations per class. I see you. I respect it all. Some people send in one large donation with a question. Some people send in a large donation with no question. I see everybody. I respect everybody. And this is why I'm answering questions so thoroughly to those who are consistent supporters and donators. Those who send in large donations, smaller donations, I see everyone and I answer accordingly. Plus, this is one of the topics that I really like because the focus of my classes and what I am actually about is actually immortality. So, shout out to everybody in the room, and we're going to get into some more. I see some more people stepped in. Tony, I can't read it because it's small. Let me blow this up. Now I can see it. Tony Samarano 99. Shout out to you. None of business. None. It's like I get none of your business. None of your business. Shout out to none of your business. Shout out to you, none of business, who actually I think was on the Christian side or some not fully into commit new learning, but still respects all information and my demeanor and the way that I break things down. And I want to tell everybody, whether you're a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, an atheist, whatever you are, I will not disrespect you. You are here to learn. We are here to learn. We can communicate. There doesn't have to be a strife, a disrespect, any chaos or anything like that. We've all raised up on different paths. So because of that, of course, we're all going to have different views and information. I am here to get you on the view of facts, give you all the facts, and then you make your choice from there. That is why they call me the Saba, because Saba just means a doorway. I'm just a doorway. I'm just opening up the door. When you stick your head in and see the information, you can decide to walk in. It's up to you. I'm not here to force you into any kind of religion. I'm not here to do any of that. Those who have private classes with me know what I teach directly to you spiritually, and you get your classes that way. I'm not here to knock on your door and hand out pamphlets. and say you're going to burn in hell if you don't accept command. Shout out to you, man your business. You're awesome. We love your presence in the class. Keep coming. Everybody, Abbas. Assalamu alaikum. Rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuhu. Kaif halak. I hope you're doing great. I hope you brought some people. I would love to talk to your Islamic people, to break them down in front of you, to show you how to dissect people. Let's do this. Assalamu alaikum. All right, now let's get into this video here. I'm going to play a video. You all are going to love this. This is going to be, Abbas says, 100, yes. Hati Ma'at says, we need to get beyond our beliefs and unite through truth. That is right. Jay Galaxar. Shout out to Jay Galaxar. I appreciate you too, although some of your songs I can't play, but send some other songs in. You can send songs in. Also, you can send donations, and I'll play your song on the Tehuti Podclass if it's based on knowledge. Shout out to Galaxar, upcoming rapper. Check out his channel. Boom. I believe that's him. Galaxar. There's two galaxies in here. Shout out to everybody. Okay, yes. So we're gonna go ahead and play this this video here. Wait till you all see this. You're gonna see mind transfer. This is gonna be very interesting. Let me see. Online. Let me go ahead and see if I can get this on here. Share. Boom. We're gonna share. I'm gonna put in one second, hold on, I cancel that. It was canceled. Let me try this again, everybody, hold on. Show a video file, here we go. I think I can do it like this. You all are gonna love this. We're gonna break it down, everybody. Oh. It's online. There we go. Let's see if we can do like this. So y'all can get good quality here. I think this is it. I think we got everybody. Let's see. All right, here we go, everybody.
Hello and very welcome to the 9010 mate bed. You can have it. You can test it right now. It's available. The first virtual 9010 mate bed is out, and it is so cool to test this. You can install this virtual 9010 mate bed in your own bed where you are sleeping every night. You can quantum entangle it with our 9010 cube, which is a quantum processor, and we will integrate the operating system of this 9010 mate bed into your personal bed at home. So your bed becomes a 9010 mate bed for 8 hours. This test is completely for free, and it's a full automatic service. You can upload a photo of your bed. It will be automatically quantum entangled with the cube, and it is working for 8 hours. So if you want to lay down in your bed, you can do this, and you feel first nothing. Then you say the magic words 9010 mate bed. You can also think it. Nothing. Then you say the magic words 9010 mate bed. You can also think it. You can also think it or say it out loud, and in this moment it installed automatically a full energetic bubble around your body, and you can feel this. You can feel the energy, and you think, okay, that's cool. And then you can think or say out loud, scan me, or scan, or I want to scan, please check me out, or whatever you think or say, which is giving the mate bed the information that you want to check your body. A complete cell scan is starting, and everything will be informed into the 9010 mate bed, and the 9010 mate bed cooperation with your consciousness and subconsciousness is sending quantum energy and frequencies directly into the points in your body where you need to heal yourself. So it's super important to understand that we only quantum entangle our technology with your bed, and the energy and the frequencies are created through yourself, through your subconsciousness and your consciousness into your body, and you can feel, and it is such an amazing experience. And to deactivate the made bed, you just need to stand up. In this moment when you go out of the bed, it's offline. You can go to toilet or drink a little bit of water, then you can go back into your bed and reactivate it in the bed, and then poof, you can feel it. It's immediately there, and it's going. The healing session with yourself is going on again. It's an amazing technology. Please send us your feedback if you have tested it. Under this video you will also find a link to our proven expert website where you can give your feedback so we can find out how far can we go with this 9010 technology, and you have this right now for free. Hello and very welcome to the 9010 made bed. You can have it. You can test it right now. It's available. The first virtual 9010 made bed is out, and it is so cool to test this. You can install this virtual 9010 made bed in your own bed where you are sleeping every night. You can quantum entangle it with our 9010 cube, which is a quantum processor, and we will integrate the operating system of this 9010 made bed into your personal bed at home. So your bed becomes a 9010 made bed for 8 hours. This test is completely for free, and it's a full automatic service. You can upload a photo of your bed. It will be automatically quantum entangled with the cube, and it is working for 8 hours. So if you want to lay down in your bed, you can do this, and you feel first nothing. Then you say the magic words 9010 made bed. You can also think it. Then you say the magic words 9010 made bed. You can also think it. You can also think it or say it out loud, and in this moment it installed automatically a full energetic bubble around your body, and you can feel this. You can feel the energy, and you think, okay, that's cool. And then you can think or say out loud, scan me, or scan, or I want to scan, please check me out, or whatever you think or say, which is giving the made bed the information that you want to check your body. A complete cell scan is starting, and everything will be informed into the 9010 made bed, and the 9010 made bed cooperation with your consciousness and subconsciousness is sending quantum energy and frequencies directly into the points in your body where you need to heal yourself. So it's super important to understand that we only quantum entangle our technology with your bed, and the energy and the frequencies are created through yourself, through your subconsciousness and your consciousness into your body, and you can feel, and it is such an amazing experience. And to deactivate the made bed, you just need to stand up. In this moment when you go out of the bed, it's offline. You can go to toilet or drink a little bit of water, then you can go back into your bed and reactivate it in the bed, and then poof, you can feel it. It's immediately there, and it's going. The healing session with yourself is going on again. It's an amazing technology. Please send us your feedback if you have tested it. Under this video you will also find a link to our proven expert website where you can give your feedback so we can find out how far can we go with this 9010 technology, and you have this right now for free.
For free. All right. What's that? Yes, for free. All right. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can transfer your consciousness online through quantum entanglement, and you then are connected. You are then connected to the internet. You are online. All of your bodily functions, any of your ailments, your history goes online, and your thoughts. Okay, so this is proof that while they're sending distractions, the distraction is sending out Jada Pickett talking about entanglement. And if you walk into any nightclub, walk down the street, talk to any brother or sister, talk to people and say, what's entanglement? They'll start talking about, yeah, Jada Pickett and Will Smith. Meanwhile, that is the distraction, entanglement. While the real entanglement is the fact that they are developing the technology for your thought to be transferred into other physical and non-physical realms, which proves that your thoughts are not contained inside of your brain, nor that they come from your brain, but you can pick them up from out there and send them back out there. So to answer the brother's question, that was a very beautiful question. Genetic memory, you don't access genetic memory. Genetic memory is not passed down in that way. You can access all memory, all information. If you want, to the brother who asked that question, if you want to do one-on-one classes with me where I can take you step by step, because to actually to do that here, that's not going to happen. To do step by step, you can contact me directly, Tehuti Brown on Facebook. Find out how you can set up one-on-one classes on how to develop what's called the second energy at night, and actually have your consciousness leave your body through either remote viewing, one point of consciousness, or out-of-body experience where you can gather information and bring it back, reintegrate into the physical body. That is how we answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass. I hope you all enjoyed that question, that answer. I will check the room to see if the person who asked the question saw it, appreciated it, and will contact me. But let me go ahead and check the room. But welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. That is how we answer questions here. That is how I break down information. So understand that your memory is not even your memory. Memory on the mental plane is accessed through the electromagnetic grid, through Schumann resonance. You can access all kinds of memory, anybody's memory, foresee situations and possibilities that are going to happen, view situations that you're no longer a part of, that you stepped away physically, and you can access all of those memories, all of that information from back in Kemet, information back from 1950, information from yesterday, information from what you did yesterday, from information from what your children did, your mother did, your girl. It is boundless consciousness when it comes to photonic entanglement, which actually leads into the next question that I see on the Tehuti Podclass, which is going to go right back into Ingo Swan again. Shout out to everybody in the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome. Let me see. Hika, is this the person that asked the question? Wow, absolutely amazing answer. Nobody does it better, Saba. Very beneficial. Thanks. We'll set that up. Absolutely. My brother set that up. That is how we answer questions. And that is why people send in donations and support to the Tehuti Podclass, because you see, I'm not just answering these questions from the top of my, there's no opinion. I've given actually no opinion, period. I'm not giving you any of my opinion. I'm not giving you, I am just the doorway, just the Saba opening up the door to give you all the information. You gather it, you research it, research Ingo Swan, research the med bed, research consciousness outside the body, research quantum entanglement, research Michael Persinger, research the electromagnetic grid, research all of that. You have it on YouTube. It's here forever. It is yours. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's check out the next question. I'm glad you appreciate it, my brother Hika. Hika Kepara, beautiful name. Rigo's throwing bombs. Black Vapes is doing hand claps. Thank you all for appreciating this information. For those who just stepped into the Tehuti Podclass, one moment, I'm coming off the visual for just a minute. For those of you who have just stepped into the Tehuti Podclass, welcome, where you can send in questions via Cash App, via PayPal. Those questions will pop up on the board as you've seen. They pop up on the board like this. Boom, like that. Nito Campbell, did you ever teach in Boston? Kepara. Oh, there's his question, like that. That's how it pops up. You send it in to TT Amun, which I'll put here on the screen. Boom, Cash App, TT Amun, or PayPal. Your question will go to my notifications as you type it into the PayPal. I'll get them, answer them on the spot. If I don't have time to answer them, boom, the next week's class starts off with your question. So boom, let's get into the next one. So we broke down Ingo Swann. We broke down consciousness leaving the body. It is immortal. Consciousness is immortal. Ladies and gentlemen, when you understand that, you will understand what the people of the Nile Valley were all about. It went from this to this. Both focused on immortality. One, the warped version, and one, the original version, but both focusing on immortality. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to look at the next question that came in. So thank you, Heka Kepara, for that question. And we're going to get into the next one. The next one leads right into this one I see, which this person constantly supports. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen. And this is actually going to be a continuation of what I just taught, actually. Boom, we're going to screen share that. And this is a question came in, and the question is, shout out to Johan Billadieu, sent 789. Yes, it is much smaller than the other donations, but it is consistent. He constantly sends in donations, and he sends in much larger ones. I appreciate them all. And since this is actually a continuation from the last question, because look at the question. Did you hear of the CIA trying to astral project to Mars and being able to see people there? Did you hear of the CNA? Did you hear of the CIA trying to astral project to Mars and being able to see people there? Ladies and gentlemen, look how beautiful the Podclass is. Look how in sync everybody is. That a question can be asked, and the next question is right along the same astral projection, which is right along the same people, which is Ingo Swann. So of course I can answer this question and just say, yes, I have. And that'd be the answer. But you know me here at the Tehuti Podclass. I'm not just going to say, yes, I've heard about it projecting to Mars. Yeah, man, they doing it, man. They're doing all this stuff, man. They projecting out there. You know, we're not going to do that. We're going to answer this factually, information, and shout out to the brother there who sends out constant donations, constant support. Shout out to everybody who sends out the support. So let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into that question. Have I heard of the CIA doing astral projecting up into Mars? Shout out to this person here. I just happened to see this, so I don't really check the comments that much unless I'm checking out if you guys can hear me. But I just happened to check and it says, salute Tehuti. I'm just coming in. I wanted to congratulate you on your win against Vocab Malone with y'all debate. So by the way, Vocab Malone, I had a debate with Vocab Malone on Sonetter. The only one to actually ever have a debate on the topic that is constantly spoken about on Sonetter. I'm the one that had the official debate on it, which is, was Jesus a historical character? I had the official debate with Vocab Malone. That was in December. I won that debate. For those of you who want to check that out, by the way, because I like to, the moderators can put it in the room, but I'm actually going to show something on the screen right now. I'm actually going to go to the here and show where you guys can actually check that out. So I want to tell everybody that When I do debates, I don't do opinionated debates. So thank you, because a lot of people comment and say, yeah, vocab won that. Yeah, such and such won the debate. When there's a basketball game taking place or a sports game taking place and one team wins, nobody comes back after that and says, oh, the Lakers lost, when the score is there. So you can say after I debate, you can say, oh, in my opinion, I feel that Tehuti lost, but factually, he won. He got the certificate, he got the vote, he factually won. I feel I was on Vocab Malone's side, but factually, according to the rules, Tehuti won. If people could talk like that, it would be more genuine, it would be more honest, as opposed to people saying, I think JJ won. JJ killed him. Tehuti lost to such and such. Unc West beat Tehuti, killed Tehuti. Jabari beat. No, I only debate official debates with either judges or a voting system. So when it's all over, we're not do a part two. We're not going to do the comeback, the return. No. It's over. It's done. And for those who want to go look that up, you can go to Sarnetter's channel. Shout out to Sarnetter for having me on and supporting and all of that good stuff. But here is Sarnetter's channel right here. If you can see this on the screen, we'll go to community. All you got to do is go to community. The voting system is right there, and that is the votes right there on the screen. And you can scroll down and see. Here it is. Tehuti. Who won this debate? Tehuti, Vocab Malone. There's the official numbers. 64 to 36%. So Vocab Malone just recently put this out on his channel. And of course, if it's on his channel, all of the Christian people are going to say he won, obviously. But it was on Sarnetter's channel. The vote was already done. There it is right there for those who want to see any of the debates with the voting system. There's my debate with JJ, 85% to 15. It was 86 to 14 or something. Actually, it changed. 85% to 15 right there. So there's my debates, and there's the wins. I only go by official wins. I don't go by people's talking opinions after the fact. So yes, shout out to you, KHBRN. That was a good debate. I enjoyed it. Shout out to Vocab for putting himself in that position to help me show the non-existence of Jesus. Not this Jesus, because that's the real one. That's Genus Marquez. Shout out to you. But the fake one that's in the Bible. All right. And the moderators will put the link in the room. They'll be able to do that. Shout out to the moderators. Put the link in the room to the debate with me and Vocab Malone. Okay, and it's Corn. Oh, I see it. Corn? Okay, shout out to Corn. Okay, yes, very, very fake. Let's get on to the next question, which goes right into Vocab did not show any physical evidence. He only gave quotes from third party. That is absolutely true. There's no physical evidence of any witnesses of a Jesus. It all came from Greeks and from some Greek-looking Israelite person named Josephus Flavius, and who wasn't even born. That's craziness. Anyways, let's get into the next question here. And here it is. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen. And that is, of course, I already put it on the screen, but I'll put it on again for those who just stepped in. I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share, and let's get into it because we got a lot to talk about, a lot of questions to go through, and I'm here for it all. I love it. Shout out to everybody for the support and for the questions. And here it is again. We'll go ahead and blow it up. Boom. And the question is, did you hear of the CIA trying to astral project to Mars and being able to see people there? Boom. Did I hear about it? Yes, I did. Not only did I hear about it, but ladies and gentlemen, let's get into a movie. First of all, press 1 if you can hear me and see that I'm doing a screen share. Press 1 if you can hear me and see that I'm doing a screen share. Let me see the ones in the room, and then I will continue to go into it. Press 1 if you can hear me and see that I'm sharing the screen. Shout out to James Page. Shout out to James Page. Shout out to you, Nathaniel Turner. Shout out. Everybody, most people remember this movie. Who remembers it? Remember this movie? It was an ancient. It was an Egyptian movie, but it wasn't really Egyptian. It was a movie about the U.S. government and sending army troops that discovered a opening to a Stargate that led them out of this world into another time zone. So who remembers this movie? An interesting movie about the government soldiers going into an unearthly star portal and ending up seeing Kemetic netters and pyramids. Do you think this was based on fiction? Do you think this was based on fiction? Who remembers this movie? An interesting movie about the government soldiers going into an unearthly star portal and ending up seeing Kemetic netters and pyramids. Do you think this was based on fiction or done as a way to desensitize you to the true Stargate? All right. So, that movie Stargate, awesome. Who's seen the movie? Most people have seen the movie. But where does this movie come from? What is going on in this movie? Where does it come from? Well, there's the movie. You'll notice it's Kemetic. As soon as they go into the Stargate, they end up in seeing the god Ra and this being having supernatural powers. Boom. Where does it come from? Back into Ingo Swann again, ladies and gentlemen. Ingo Swann again. Remember, we just spoke about Ingo Swann and Michael Persinger, and he was the one that was able to utilize the electromagnetic field on the Schumann resonance at 7 hertz and was able to transfer information from far distances into his mind's eye, called remote viewing. Well, here is PSI Encyclopedia on Ingo Swann. Let's get into him to see who he is with some more information. There he is right there. Ingo Swann, 1932-2013, was an American artist whose psychic ability led him to participate in successful ESP psychokinesis experiments. Swann made notable contributions to remote viewing research at SRI, Stanford Research Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm letting you know that what I teach is beyond a belief system. I'm not teaching something just from an ancient papyrus or by any just a religious book. I'm giving you all this information leads into. Let me fix this here. Sorry, ready? All this information leads into the fact that the scientists and the government are doing the same research that the ancient ones were doing, that was called their religion back then, but now it's the government does not take this as spooky. They do not take this as pseudo. Of course, if I start talking about out-of-body, remote viewing, immortality, electromagnetic grid, memory transfer, Tehuti pseudo, Tehuti is this, and let's go to atheism. I'm letting you know that the Stanford Research Institute is not playing around. They're not joking. They're not wasting any time on what you would call pseudo information. They're doing this and researching this for the government, for military national security. So Stanford Research Institute became the basis for the U.S. military's, what's it called? Stargate psychic spying program. Stargate psychic spying program. This is way before the movie Stargate. But of course, just like entanglement, you see, they always have to desensitize us with the foolishness while the reality is going on. So the average person, entanglement. Oh, Jada Pinkett. Yeah, she was messing with the guy and Will Smith was crying and he's a simp. They were entanglement. Meanwhile, Michael Persinger, Ingo Swann, and the CIA are studying entanglement. They're using entanglement for the med bed. They're doing the real entanglement while we know the TV one. We know the TV. Oh, Stargate. Oh yeah, the movie with where they went to outer space through a Stargate and they were fighting in. Yeah, the movie was cool, man. Meanwhile, the U.S. military has the program called the Stargate. They don't think it's a movie. It's not entertaining to them. I'm letting you guys know that the things that people are thinking are pseudo, and fiction are based on reality, given to you as a movie, given to you as comedy, when in reality, the government is not playing with any of this. So, background in life. Ingo Swann was born September 14, 1933, Telluride, Colorado. He earned his bachelorette in biology at Westminster College, Salt Lake City, Utah, then served for 3 years in the U.S. Army. The U.S. Army in the Far East. Swann then settled in New York City, where he worked at the Secretariat of the United Nations from 1958 to 1969. At the time, he also wrote erotic fiction and produced paintings. In July 1971, Swann participated in an experimental photography session at a party in which the photographers attempted to capture visual traces of subject psychic ability in a blackened room. It was reported that Swann's photo showed a ball of light above his head. This and other social interactions made him aware that he had psychic abilities, and psychic abilities that had first manifested in childhood, and brought him into the world of psychological research. He also worked with the CIA, where there he met Axelrod. That's what we'll call him. They call him Axelrod, where he worked for the CIA, and we're going to get into it in a moment. Okay, Ingo Swann was one of the main pioneers of remote viewing and the project that the CIA was working on to see distant life on remote planets. So to answer the question, have I heard of them using this astral projection or remote viewing to see Mars? Yes. And other remote planets and the moon? Absolutely yes. They're doing it right now. Fake canceled it in 1995, but in reality continuing it. Guess what the project is called? I actually read it already. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where we're going to get into disclosure. We're going to get into information. And of course, I have the actual disclosure. You know, as a Tehuti Podclass, if I'm going to break down something, I'm going to bring the actual document. Here is the disclosure. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and blow this up a little bit. This is the disclosure that came out. This is for the continuation in 1995. You know me, I like to show disclosures. I like to show actual government papers and files. If I'm going to talk about the government, I'm going to talk about so-called secret societies or anything. I want you to know this is not secret. This is approved release, right? Approved but release 2005. The disclosure. Go look up UFO government disclosure. Go look up government disclosure, and you'll see this. But this is actual the Washington, D.C. 2003-40-1025 release of this, what used to be secret, but it is not secret anymore. Honorable Sam Nunn, Chairman of Armed Forces Committee, United States Senate, Mr. Chairman. What is this right here? Here's the stamp right here. This is 1994. And we're going to go ahead. Dear Mr. Chairman, enclosed information. Go this up a little bit. Enclosed information in an interim response to the FY 1994 Defense Authorization Conference. These people are not playing. This is not pseudo. This is not religion. This is going on right around us right now. Used to be classified. Annex joint explanatory statement, which requests a program plan for what? What's the program plan? Project Stargate. See right there, this is the actual government document. Project Stargate. The project plan recommendation of the scientific panel will be provided to an intelligent oversight and appropriations committees prior to defense authorization conference, signed by Lieutenant General USAF Program Manager James R. Clapper. Enclosure Stargate CDA. Honorable Strom Thurmond, ranking minor member. That's page 1. Do you see that, ladies and gentlemen? Secret, not releasable to foreign nationals. It was at one time this was not releasable. Approved for release in 2005. This has been going on since 1970s. Finally gets released to you several decades later, but once was secret, not releasable to foreign nationals. Stargate, approved for release 2005. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Request Defense Authorization Conference Committee in its classified Annex Joint Exploring Statement, Enclosure 13, request the Director of the DIA prepare a program plan to submit appropriate budget requests for research effort over several years to determine whether the Stargate program can show results that are cost-effective and satisfy reasonable performance criteria. This plan and any research under the Director of DIA directed to prepare this research and peer review plan within existing program funds. The Response Defense Intelligence Agency has prepared a draft multi-year research and peer review plan that addresses cost-effective performance criteria of Project Stargate. So, of course, they're having the meeting and the classified documents too. Is the project worth further funding? And of course, they continue to fund it, and then they shut it down publicly, release the documents, and then all they do is rename it something else and continue the exact same program. Okay, this is Project Stargate. You can actually look this up now since the information, the disclosure has been released. It's now made Wikipedia. So you can actually find Project Stargate on Wikipedia. I like to give Wikipedia because it is the easiest thing for people to just access and get information from. Of course, I show the source before I show Wikipedia, because people say, oh, you're using Wikipedia. Yes, but in Wikipedia it says Barack Obama was a president, and he was a president. So if there's information that's true, then it's true. If there's information that's false, then it's false. We're here to analyze the truth. So that's why I show you the government document disclosure first, and then I show you that it can be found by any 5-year-old on Wikipedia. Stargate Project was a secret U.S. Army unit established in 1978, Fort Meade, Maryland, by the Defense Intelligence Agency. That's the DIA that you saw in the other documents. DIA and SRI International, a California contractor to investigate the potential for psychic phenomenon in military and domestic intelligence application. The project and its precursors and sister projects originally went by various code names. See, what did I tell you? The names keep changing. So all they do to the public is they shut down that. They say, oh, we're not doing that anymore. We shut it down. But look how many names they have to shut down. Gundala, Wish, Stargate, Grill Flame, Center Lane, Project of Sunstreak, Sanate, until 1971, when they were consolidated and rechristened as Stargate Project. So all they do is they open something up under another name, tell you that it's been shut down. The other name still continues. And then 30 years later, they have a disclosure to say, oh, by the way, we were doing this research on the public. We were doing this research with psychic phenomenon. And here's the disclosure 30 years, 40 years later, after we've done enough research. And people say, oh, but they stopped the program. Nice. And then they open up another name. 30 years later, you get that disclosure. So that's the game they play. Stargate projects work primarily involve remote viewing, purportedly ability to psychically see events, sites, information from great distance. The project was overseen until 1987 by Lieutenant Frederick Holmes, Skip Artwater, an aide and psychic headhunter to Major General Albert Schubelbein, and later president of the Monroe Institute. Look up the Monroe Institute. Robert Monroe, the lead pioneer of out-of-body machinery and provable out-of-body experiences. All this is being run and done by the government that's around us. When somebody talks about it, you're pseudo, you're spooky, you're pseudo, you're spooky. Meanwhile, the government is doing the research and bringing it into manifestation. So until it was small scale, comprising about 15 to 20 individuals, and was run out of an old leaky wooden barracks. The Stargate project was terminated and declassified in 1995. Remember the letter I showed? That was 1994, so a year later. Declassified in 1995, CIA reported concluding that it was never useful, and any intelligence operation information provided by a program was vague and concluded irrelevant, erroneous data, and there was suspicion of interjudge reliability. The project was featured in 2004 book, 2009 film entitled Men Who Share at Goats, although neither mentioned it by name. All right, so there it is, ladies and gentlemen. So they do and they are using remote viewing under Ingo Swann. I'm going to go ahead and stop the screen for a moment to see if everybody can see me clearly. Press 1 if you can see me clearly and if you saw and heard me clearly. Let me get this comment off the screen. Eva. Let me blow the screen up. Hold on. Shout out to Eva King. Just saw you in the room. E-Manifesto. They out here with Cerebro. Yep. Eva Kona sends hearts in the eyes. Shout out to you. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to you. Everybody can hear me clear. Wonderful. Wonderful. Kamit 101. One of the greatest donators. Shout out to you. One of the greatest supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. You are awesome. We love you here. Stranger says they have predictive algorithm programs running on supercomputers. Exactly. Okay, so let's get into it. Mars. What did they see? What's up there? What can be seen? So they use an orange coloring system, an orange overshadow over Mars. That's what NASA uses. So when they send images back of Mars, things are very vague, blurry. Everything looks orange when in actuality Mars is multicolored. But they put this orange overshadow over it so you can't see. So anyways, I'm going to show you some of the things. Thank you, Eva, who says, I love your teachings. You have truly inspired me, and I want to know the meaning of life. Beautiful. That is what we're here to talk about. Shout out to you, Eva. I've never seen you before, but shout out to your enthusiasm. Hello, Tehuti. Thank you so much for your teaching. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to have you. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody and all the new people. You are all welcome. It's awesome. So let's take a look. I'm going to show you some of my personal images that I've collected from, and you make them out as you wish. Make them out as you wish. I'm going to show some of them. Somebody's going to blow you away. But here's what they see when they do remote viewing, and here's what they see when they actually go up there to Mars and see images that are sent back because they have the Mars rover and other observational machinery that takes thousands of pictures by the second, and some of them have been captured and they get sent back too fast to be edited. Some of them get edited because some of them I get the picture of what's taken on Mars. I get it, screenshot it, or get it from someone else who's saved it, screenshot it, save it. I save the link. I go back to the Mars rover website. I go back to the picture, and the thing that I had saved is not in the picture anymore. The thing that I have saved is not there. It's not the same. And I'm like, okay, but some of them are sent so fast that they don't have time to edit it. So let me go ahead and show you some of my collection to say yes, they have things on Mars that they are questioning and investigating, sending remote viewers up there, sending rovers up there, and here are some of the things that have been sent back. Take a look. Let's take a look at some of these things. So here's a NASA raw link. That's a NASA raw link. When you click on that, you get this image right here. So right now we're on NASA Mars website live in front of you. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. You see, they love showing you either black or white images or orange ones. Never the actual real colors because they have orange filters. So here it is. We're on NASA's website. And if you look closely over here, you're going to see like a dome right over here. Do you see this? This dome right over here. So you see the regular terrain, and then boom, you see a dome right here. Here it is, mosnasa.gov, and you see like a dome right over here. Okay, we're gonna get off that. Close out that website, and we're gonna go ahead and shrink this down, close out this, and we're gonna go ahead and blow up the dome and see what it looks like. Boom, here it is right here. We blow it up. This is from the source opportunity, Mersol 473. It's circled right here, and when you zoom in on it even more, you start to see it looks like it has windows or some type of entrances. This does not look like a rock or some type of this does not look like anything naturally made. If you actually look over here, let me see if I can blow this up even more for you all. Okay. If you actually look there, you see a perfect circular dome, and it even has a shine to it. Right over here, it has like a gloss to it. And then over here, you see another dome. It looks like an entrance. And then you see like a pathway, some type of pathway that ends right here with two more things. And it goes right up to this other type of dome looking thing. They show you these black and white images so that you can't see anything clearly. But as you can see, when I blow this up, this is completely artificial. This is not something that nature makes, with domes, with shiny surfaces, and entrances, with paths, and 1, 2, 3, 4, like windows with 2 on the top. These are some of the images that are sent back, but they either blur them out, they get rid of them, or they make them black and white, or they make them orange. I have another one blown up a little bit even more. Let's see if this one's it here. That's the raw footage over here. Let me see if I got this one. That one's the blown up. Here it is, even more blown up. Let me go ahead and zoom in on this. So this is it, even more closer view, and you start to see this thing with holes in it. Very strange looking. And then this other thing with a path leading up to another dome. These are just some strange, interesting things. I also have one here that I went and got myself. Let me see if the link is still there. Sometimes they take the link off. I don't even see the link here anymore. Sometimes they remove the link. Here's the raw footage right here. So this is the raw footage right here. I'm gonna see if I can blow this up a little bit. It gets kind of blurry. I'm going to zoom in on it another way. But this is the raw footage. So they send you this like orangey looking thing. This filter isn't, so you'll notice it's not too orange because they have here some bluish type rocks. But I'm going to go ahead and blow this up even more. And you're going to see this image. It looks like some type of cave looking thing. And then I noticed this orange ball. It's like a light ball that's blown up over here, and it looks like an orb, some type of orb, pinkish reddish orb sitting in front of this some type of cave looking thing, and it's just sitting there, and it's on the NASA footage, and it's not the same color as the ground. It's totally out of place, and it looks like it's glowing, and it's very, very strange. But these are some of the strange here it is again right here. Some of the strange images that you see coming from Mars. Of course, they only popularize the face on Mars. They don't popularize these things right here. Here's another. I'm going to click on this link right here. It's going to take me to the Mars Live. Let me see if it zooms in on here. Go ahead and expand this up here. I'm going to go ahead and zoom this in so you can actually go to the sites and zoom this in and see some of these. But I'm going to go ahead and close this out and go directly to over here, a little bit zoomed in. This is from the Perseverance Soul, 59 Van ZYL. And I'm going to get in even more. And this is very interesting. As you look at this image right here, it may be blurry on your site, but it looks like it is definitely not a rock. It looks like a space capsule. It looks like some type of capsule of a shuttle or some type of thing. I'm not sure what this is, but it's perfectly round. It has perfect symmetry. It goes into a little point at the end with a snub. It's round off here. Let me go ahead and go like this and move this up here. You see this thing right here, ladies and gentlemen, that the arrow's pointing to? This is not a rock. But these are some of the anomalies that are found, which are the remnants of past life on Mars, and some even currently existing on Mars. I have this one here. I'll see if I have the link here. I'm going to close this down. I saved the links. This is a link right here. You can zoom in on, and you can actually go and zoom in and move this around over here. I'm going to let me X this out and go to where I zoomed in here. So let me close this out. Sorry. And this strange looking thing right here, I'm not sure what to make of these things, but they're definitely not rocks. They're definitely something strange. It doesn't look like a rock. It doesn't look like this right here. These things here with these perfectly square window looking things and these cylindrical round tops. It looks like something fallen. And these are the strange things that have brought curiosity to people that are viewing these things. But this is lost civilization here. Let me see if I can show this close. Here, look at this. Very strange. This looks like it's half buried in the ground, but it's something that's in the ground, and it's definitely not any kind of rock. But these are things that are in the ground, and this is what's sparking the government's curiosity. They're curious about what these things actually are. Is this one here? Oh, this is the same one. Let me close this out. This one, I love this one here. Let's see if they still show this image or if they took it down. This is it from far, far away. See if I can zoom in. This is from very, very far away. I already have the zoom in captured. I'm going to try to do this live. It's a little, because I have this here. It's a little difficult, but let me zoom out. It's right over here. You can't see it. I have to, here, I'm just going to go to the actual, I'm going to X this out and go to what I captured here, or what was captured here. So this is this here, this strange looking thing right here. It's approximately 148.5 meters wide, and it's a perfect circle with two like windows. It looks like a spacecraft or some type of observatory, something wedged in the side of this mountain here on Mars. I'm going to see if I can get a clearer image. That's far away. And this one here may be clear. There it is right there. So you see these strange things, perfect circular things with two, and everything is symmetrical. Everything is symmetrical there. And these are the things that have sparked the interest of the people, and why they're sending people up here. So here, let me see if I got this one here. This is the raw site, Mars Image Explorer. You can go to this website, Mars ASU, high rise, PS dash 009 760 dash 2650 red. and it gives you all the details here. But when you zoom in on these things, you start to see very interesting. Look at this, everybody. I'm going to zoom in here. And look at this. Look at this perfect square, three-dimensional object here with a perfect circle in the center. I don't know if you all can see that from your perspective, but this is underground. And then inside of this underground here is a perfectly square object, square going on the top, square going on the front, and then a perfect circle in the center of this squared object. I'm going to go ahead and, there it is right here. Turned it sideways. Look at this. I'm going to blow this up here. Look at this. So now we turn it sideways. Now we can see it has perfectly square 90-degree with contours with an inside. This is the inside. And then if you actually look at it from this way, this is actually a hole. This is actually a hole leading somewhere with a light on the other side of the hole. I don't know how you all see it from your end, but you can see square detail, an inside, a complete circle. And this is not something naturally made. And this is what's sparking the curiosity. But they're not going to show this. Here it is right here. We're going to put this a little contoured in right here. Boom. Look at this. So these are the structures. You can see it's a structure, perfectly square structure with an upper level. As you go down, a perfectly square 90-degree structure on another level. You go down, there's another level. On the top here, perfectly 90-degree top with a circle entrance, perfect circle here. And it's indented underground, like some type of underground base. But this is what is up there, and that is one of the reasons why they're curious. They want to know, what are these things? What are these things here? What are these faces? People talk about the face on Mars. They don't talk about the faces on Mars, like these Olmec looking faces with this face here, another one over here. And these are some of the things that they're investigating. So to answer the question, I have much, much more of it, but I'm going to stop right there. To answer the question, let me go ahead and get back to the screen. Stop sharing. To answer the question, to the good person who asked that question, yes. Ingo Swann, all the way back from 1978, Project Stargate, used to observe life on Mars, life on the moon, things that are happening up there. When Ingo Swann went and did his interview and his experiment with Axelrod, Axelrod didn't tell him what he was observing until afterwards, and then told him that this was actually the planet, and he saw all type of things, and it scared Ingo Swann, because when he first went, he wasn't told what he was being hired or experimented for. So to answer the question, absolutely yes. There's all type of structures on Mars, all type of evidence of prior life, existing life on Mars in different forms. This exists. The government is researching it. They already have information on it. And yes, they put in millions of dollars into this research, ongoing. Thank you for asking that question. That is your answer. The answer is absolutely yes. Look it up. Look up Project Stargate. I showed the government disclosure. It is real. Stargate is not a movie. Notice in the movie, the people that went through the portal to see what was going on in another time zone, they were government soldiers, because that's exactly, see how the man that worked for the Department of Defense there, he was called the psychic headhunter. These were psychic soldiers for the government. They have physical soldiers that go to Iran, Iraq, and shoot it up with guns. Then they have psychic soldiers that they send through remote viewing to called psychic spy soldiers. Boom, there's your answer. Glad you asked it. Let's move on. And I hope you guys appreciated that that answer. And we're going to keep on going. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to get some water. Oh yeah, mind-blowing answer. Thank you all for those who appreciate it. If you appreciate it, type some appreciation. It takes hours and years of research to gather all that information, and for you to just be able to send in a question, and then boom, you have it right there for you. Nania Setmer says, mind-blowing answers again and again. Mind-blowing answer again and again and again. Send that question in, Darius, and I'll get into that. Send that in, and we'll do a 25, 10 minutes or whatever on that one. That is a great question. Of course, I have the information on that ready on deck. But I got to get into the supportive questions because we got to be fair to those who support and send in their appreciative support to ask questions to me. Shout out to you, Darius. Let's continue on. So that's Project Stargate. What's the next question? Next question sent in. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What is this? Who? Oh man, what is this? Casey Coogan. Are you here, Casey Coogan? I'm going to answer this question here as if he sent in $100 because Casey Coogan is a consistent supporter. Let me show. I don't even know if he's here. Casey Coogan, are you even here? Casey Coogan. Jacqueline Ma'at says, great breakdown as usual. Thank you, Jacqueline Ma'at. Thank you. Casey Coogan is here on deck. He is here on deck. He sent in this question. Shout out to you, Casey Coogan. Let's get into the question. Okay, shout out to everybody and all your support. Casey Coogan sends in a lot of support constantly. He sends in support that you all don't know about because sometimes he doesn't want me to announce it, but he sends in a considerable amount of support. So I'm going to answer this question like $100 answer. Here we go. Let's see what it is here. It is, oh, I don't have it on screen. Oh, this is great. Breakdown. Oh, let me put it on the screen here. Screen share. Shout out to Casey Coogan. Let's get it on the screen. He is constantly supporting. You are wonderful for supporting. And here is his support. Casey Coogan says, breakdown, Natiru, scepters, cutting, stone with sound. Oh, man, I would love to see this question asked. I would love to see this question. Man, people just say, that's pseudo. It's so easy to answer questions now in the conscious community. Anything you hear that doesn't just go along with normal, regular life, you just say, that's pseudo. And then you just go on to your life. But no, we don't do that here because you can send in any question, especially on the netter. Casey Coogan says, netter scepters. Oops, sorry. Oh, hold on. I'm going ahead of myself. Netter scepters cutting with stone sound. Although it doesn't sound like a question, I understand what he is asking. Or he wants me to break it down for breakdown. Netter scepters cutting stone with sound. Okay, he just asked me to break it down. So it's not even worthy. It's breaking it down. So let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can send in questions such as this. Shout out to Casey Coogan. And Tehuti will do his best either on the spot, or you can send him in right before the class starts, or they can come in, and I don't have time to answer them because I start getting tired around 11:30 my time, and I just save my answer for the next week. Let's get into it. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to Ava. I haven't seen you before, but shout out to Ava999, Desmond FPV. Shout out to you, the Schlacken. Shout out to the Schlacken. And E-Manifesto says, scepters were depicted often. That's right. Naniel Setmer says, please share and hit the like. All right. Where's everybody? Where's all my moderators? Where's everybody? Where are all the moderators? All right. Shout out to all the moderators. This person here is dedicated. It's 12:50 a.m. on the East Coast, and they are here listening to knowledge. That's right. Most people on a Friday night are out doing all kind of Most people go out some people go out on Friday night and end up in jail before the night's over. They end up getting caught up in all kind of chaos, and they end up in jail or waking up in somebody's bed wondering where'd the drug come from. So we don't do that here. We are here to break down knowledge. Spend your time, spend your donation money here, and you will get thorough answers. So the question is, put it back on screen share and let's get into it. This one's going to be a goodie. I love this. I love these questions, man. You guys are really keeping me sharp. I'll put it back on the screen for those who didn't see it. The question is, break down Natiru scepters. So Casey Coogan for break down Natiru scepters cutting with sound. Wow. Cutting with sound. Has anybody even heard of this before? Cutting with sound. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. 1999-ish. Okay, 999-ish. I don't know. You guys are talking in codes here. Shout out to everybody talking in codes. I don't know what's going on, but let's get it on. Okay. So, when we look at ancient Kemet and we look at the building of the pyramids, what do we see? How did they explain it? How do they explain what's going on? What do? They show this. They show this. These are the tools supposedly used to cut 80-ton stones and get them 481 feet in the air in less than 40 seconds, being we only have 5 minutes to get them 600 miles from 600 miles away. Precision cut them and set them in place. Let's see Mark Liner, 30-plus year top Egypt archaeologist, demonstrate to see how long it takes to cut with these tools. So here we are. Here we are in the museum here. We're in last east of the pyramid, Sneferu, low in the pyramid of rubbish. Here's what they find. So in the time of the pyramid of Sneferu, they claim it's the pyramid of Khufu. Here's what they found. They found this that dates back to the time. So here's the access of the tools that the ancient Kemetians had in the time of Sneferu and Pharaoh Khufu, who they call Cheops and Menkaure. All in this time period, this is what they had. Round stones and these copper knife-looking things. That's what they expect us to believe that they were using to cut and move the pyramids and other objects around. Let's go ahead and take a look at the reenactment of them using these tools. Everybody can go see a debate I did on this topic with a gentleman named Ankh West. I debated him. I believe it's on a Hati Ma'at's channel. It may be on a Hati Ma'at's channel, or it's on yeah, it's hard to find. But a section of it is on Hati Ma'at's channel. And I could go ahead and put it on my channel, but it's me versus Ankh West, and it's on did Pharaoh Khufu build the pyramids? That was a debate I had with Ankh West. It was a judge debate in which not one person voted for Ankh West. It may be on the lines then too. Maybe on the, I don't know, maybe on the lines then, but just type in Tehuti versus Ankh West. And this is one of the videos I played. Here are them using the accessible tools that Pharaoh Khufu had to supposedly cut through granite and diorite. Here we go.
But even with reinforcements and after hours of pounding, they barely made a dent. After days of work, their copper chisels and stone pounders are barely making a dent. Brown is wearing down tools at an extraordinary rate. The copper chisel the ancient Egyptians would have used lasts only a few dozen strikes. The heating pounding cycle is repeated over and over. I'm ready. Until the shape is just right.
They must have amassed more copper for building the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx than just about any place in the world in the 3rd millennium BC. I mean, it just must have been a huge cost in copper.
All right, so there is that video right there. So obviously they did not use those tools. It is virtually impossible for them to have used that. Here we are again. I want to show. This is inside in the King's Chamber area. So this is about 200 feet up in the air going towards the King's Chamber, because remember, it's over 200 feet because remember the whole pyramid in whole is 481 feet, and the King's Chamber is about in the middle of the Aku, or what they call the pyramid. And this is granite stone, tons of pure granite stone hallways carved perfectly, perfect 90-degree cuts, carved and brought up over 200 feet in the air, carved and settled in. Obviously, they did not use what the modern day Egyptologists are trying to convince us, that they use regular some copper tools. And as you can see, the granite eats the copper. So the chisel took days to get through, and get through the limestone, and the internal passageways are pure granite. Pure granite. You can't cut this. The minerals shatter and it breaks the tools before it is cut. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. I'll go ahead and play another video.
When Roger tries chisels made from bronze, the results are disappointing.
As you can see, we're leaving a lot of metal and very little stone is flaking off.
So the granite is eating is eating the tool. Okay. So this is some of these stones were 80 tons. As you can see, this man here beside, he's actually on the Aku, or on the pyramid. How could the Kemetians move such weight? How did they move these things? When did the Kemetians themselves ever talk about moving such weight? Where did these stones come from? How did they get cut? How was this done? They want us to believe that they use some type of, I don't even know what they want us to believe, because it's crazy. They I don't know what they want us to believe. They want us to believe that somehow magically some copper knives and saws cut these, and they lifted them up on some type of barges and move these 80-ton stones up 480 feet. Did the Kemetians ever speak about moving such a weight? So one ton is 2,000 pounds. That's about the size of a small Honda. So a small Honda car that you may see like in Fast and Furious, a Honda car is about 2,000 pounds. That's 1 ton. So this one stone is the weight of 80 Hondas. 80 Hondas. And it's cut and it's pure granite. Okay. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where we go by facts, information, things that you can actually research. And we're going to go into it right here. So, here is something that the modern day conscious community never speaks of, never brings up. You'll actually find out that in the so-called teachings of the Black conscious community, of the people that call themselves Kemetians, they actually never read from any papyrus. It's very important to understand here at the Tehuti Podclass, if you're going to say you study Kemet, please go show their beliefs and their teachings according to them in context from their own writing. Do so with the Aztecs, do so with the Aborigines, do so with the ancient Hindus, do so with the Chinese. Please do not come with New Age thought, superimposing your New Age thought over what the Kemetians themselves actually taught. And this is one of the reasons why I'm going to tell you all the secret. Modern day people that call themselves Kemetic teachers are actually embarrassed. They're embarrassed of what the Kemetians teach. Yes, they are embarrassed. They are embarrassed because they cannot explain what the Kemetians teach themselves, And that's why whenever they give you a Kemetic teaching, they never show you the papyrus. Some of the teachings and stories in Kemet are extremely supernatural, and they are embarrassed because they don't want to get trapped as a Hebrew Israelite or a Bible believer would get trapped. As a Bible believer has their supernatural stories, the Kemetians have their supernatural stories. The Europeans did not understand it, so the Europeans made up a word called myth, and they put this word myth over the Kemetic stories, where in Kemet there was no such word called myth. The Kemetic people never had such a word. So we know that myth is not a translation of an ancient concept or word, but it's a new concept brought in. We have to be very aware that there are, yes, English and Greek translations of what the Kemetians taught. Then there are new words made up by racist, criminal-minded Christians to superimpose their belief system over another culture because it doesn't comport with their biblical belief. So they made up the word myth, and that's why you cannot find the word myth in any an equivalent to the word myth in any Kemetic teachings or any Kemetic dictionary. But yet every Egyptian website you go to, the myth, mythologically speaking, the myth story, the myth, you see this word myth thousands of times, but when you go into the Kemetic writings, there's not one word that translates to the word myth, because they never said it was a myth. It actually comes from the word mythin, which means a true story, which has its root in the word mit, which is ma'at, which means the truth. They took the word ma'at, mythin, which was a true legend story, which had the word mit, which meant right and truth, and they made it to be something that's not true. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. What I will show you now within the Kemetic papyrus of the contendings of Her or Heru and Set, and what is completely avoided in the conscious community and those who insist that the Netter are just principles, is reference to the scepter of Set being used by Set himself. But what is most interesting is that it is associated with moving what we would consider supernatural, impossible weight to move. Ask the principal pushers to explain this part of the story step by step. So in other words, when we go to the 8 recto sheets and 9 verso sheets of the contendings of Set and Heru, right? Here it is right here. Actually, let me blow up where you can go look this up. It's also in the Chester, what they call the Chester Betty Papyrus. There are many, there's different books of this, but one of the most accessible ones is 1160 BC. And this is the contendings of Set and Heru. And here is the papyrus over here. And then down here you have the Chester Betty. The Chester Betty. And within the Chester Betty, what they call the Chester Betty, because they named them after the Egyptologists that find them. And the Chester Betty Papyrus is the contendings of Heru and Set. And we're going to get into the scepter and how the scepter is associated with this major weight, which has no symbolic meaning in Egyptian Kemetic teachings. What I love to do to Kemetic people is I like to ask them, it's the snake style. I like to ask them what something symbolizes first before I show them where it is. So I walk up to somebody and say, what is 4500 represent in Kemetic spirituality? And they'll say, I don't know, I never heard of it. Because what dishonest people will do is when you show them something first, they'll start to gish gallop and make up an answer. They'll see something there and they'll say, well, what this means is, see what it is, what you have to understand. But no, I want to ask you first, what is 4500 in weight represent symbolically to us in Kemet? And then you hear them say, I don't know, I've never heard of it. I never had those teachings. Then boom, then you show it to them. Now, sir, you can't tell me what it means because you already got snake styled. You've already acknowledged that you don't know what it means before I showed it to you. But I swear if you show them this first, they'll start to make up an answer right there. So what we're going to do, we're going to go into the contendings of Heru and Set with the conversation between Tehuti, Neith, and Set and Aset. Here's a Chester Betty papyrus. And here are the so-called principles talking to each other, according to the principal pushers. Here is the contendings of Set and Heru. This is how the Kemetians wrote it. This is the English translation. The Jedi, the great living God, his office is the office to be awarded in the lad, even while Set, his elder brother, is still about. The Ennead, that's the 9, let out a loud cry before the face of the universal Lord, Nebuchadnezzar, and said to him, "What is the meaning of the words you spoke, which are unfit to be heard?" So, according to the conscious community, Nitiru are principles. So here we have the principles talking to each other, asking questions to each other. So I guess one principle knows an answer, the other principle this is crazy. But anyways, as the Kemetians wrote this is their history and their story of the beings that existed in the time of the Zeptepi. What is the meaning of the words you spoke, which are unfit to be heard? Then said Heru, son of Aset, "It's no good, this cheating me in the presence of the Ennead is depriving me of the office of my father Osiris, Asar." Thereupon Isis became furious at the 9 and took an oath by the Neter in the presence of the 9 as follows: "By my mother Neith, the goddess, and by Ptah Tatenin, with lofty plumes, who curbs the horns of the gods, these matters should be submitted before Atum, the great prince who is in Inu, or what they say Heliopolis, and also before Khepri, who is in his bark." And the Ennead said to her, "Don't be angry. The rights will be given to the one who is in the right. All that you've said will be done." So here's the Netiru, the Neter, or the being speaking to Aset, telling her, "Don't be angry. It's going to go your way," because Aset is furious that her son is not getting the throne because Set wants the throne. And the Netiru are having to have counsel about this. They're having to have conversation about this. And Aset is getting frustrated at this. This battle took place for 80 years. Set, the son of Nut, now he became furious at the Ennead, the 9, because they had said the words to Aset the Great, the God's mother. That's Isis, Mary, the Great, mother of God. That's where the Christians get Mary, the mother of God, from, and where the Muslims get Isa ibn Maryam, because Heru's name was Isa. That was the great everlasting pathway, because no one got to the Father but by him, because he was a successor of the Father. He was called Isa, the son of Mary, or the son of his mother. So the Muslims took it and made Isa ibn Maryam, and the Christians took it and made Holy Mary, mother of God. But here is where it comes from. So Isis the Great, God's mother. God's mother. That's why the Catholics say mother of God, God's mother. So Set said to them, what did he say to them? He's going to threaten them now. "I shall take my scepter of 4,500 Nemset weight and kill one of you a day." So Set now threatens. He's so angry at the other Neter that he's going to take some type of scepter of his, a scepter, the scepter of Set, and it has an interesting weight on it. It's called a Nemset weight, and kill one of you a day. So he threatens to kill them all. That's how angry Set is. And then Set took an oath by the universal Lord, saying, "I shall not contend in court as long as Aset is in it." Pre-Herakuti then told them, "You shall ferry across the island in the middle and decide between them there, and tell Nemti, the ferryman, not to ferry any woman across resembling Isis." So the Ennead ferried across to the island in the middle and sat down and ate abroad. Isis, having transformed himself into an old woman who walked with a stoop and wearing a small golden signet ring on her hand, came and approached Nimti the ferryman. He was sitting near his boat. She said to him, it's in order that you might ferry me across to the island in the middle that I've come to you, for I've come with this bowl full of flour for the young lad, because for 5 days now he's been tending some cattle and the island in the middle of the in the middle and is hungry. He said to her, I've been told not to ferry any woman across. But she said to him, it's with reference to Isis that you've been told this, which you've just said. He asked her, what will you give to me that you may be ferried across the island in the middle? Isis said, I'll give you this cake. Okay, so here is Aset changing her appearance so that she can fool the ferryman and get across to the island, pretending to be an old woman with a stoop, with a hunchback. She's old, and she's trying to trick the ferryman to get across to the island because the Netzer told the ferryman, don't let any woman come across who even looks like Aset, because they know she could change form. But what I want to focus on is this scepter here. That's 4,500 Nemset. Now, in other translations, such as in Merriam-Lithium, it says 4,500 pounds. 4,500 pounds. Why? Because a Nemset is actually a vase, right? And they have the vase at weighing around, say, 16 ounces or so, around a pound. It's a Nemset. We're going to go into the Museum of Fine Arts of Boston and take a look at what a Nemset is. Right? It's a vessel, a Nemset jar with a lid. This is the New Kingdom, 18th reign of Thutmose IV, 1400 to 1390 BC. And here is the Nemset vase right here. As you can see, this is it right here. So Set is using this as a weight example. So this is being used as a weight example. So in other translations, they have 4,500 pounds because they're comparing this to something that's around 16 ounces. 16 ounces is a pound. So, and then you can call it one Nemset is 1 pound because, of course, in Kemet, they didn't have the word pound. They didn't use LB. So they didn't have pound, but they had Nemset, and they compared the weight of something to an object that people were familiar with. So Set said he's going to take something and move it that is 4,500 pounds. And in the story, you see a scepter. So there's a scepter here, and then there's a weight here that's being used. What is the spiritual explanation of this to all the principle pushers? What is this spiritual 4,500 pound principle that Set is talking about? What is it that weighs 4,500 pounds that can kill the principles? Because remember, to the principle pushers, the Netzer weren't real. They're just principles. Heru is the heart and the will. Set is the evil side of you, the sex drive. I remember a brother said that in my debate. I think Jabari said that in a debate. Set is the sex drive. But I'm like, Set was wanting to have sex with Heru. What kind of sex drive is that? I don't have that sex drive. They say Set is an overindulged sex drive, but that means you would want to have sex with women, more women, not sex with a younger boy. So what is that all about? So what is this 4,500 pound spiritual weight? That's a principle that's going to be used to kill the principles one every day. What is this, Mr. Kemetic Preacher Man? Just, I don't want to move from here. I want to stay right here. Just tell me, what is this 4,500 pound thing that Set has that he's going to kill all the other Netzer with? And why is it so much weight? Why is it being associated with weight? But it is the only reference to the Kemetians using to move something that's over a ton. However it was moved. We're going to explain how these things are moved through sound itself, but let's get into the question itself. So here, we're going to get into these drill holes that were found. So here's what was found in Kemet. I'm going to go ahead and play this.
The result of normal weathering, but expansion likely from the inside out as a result of a blast of very high heat. Karnak is one of the best examples of where we see evidence, or at least possible evidence, of ancient plasma from the sun striking different places on the earth, here in Egypt and also in other locations such as Peru and Bolivia. Now here is some granite, again, which is degrading very badly, and this, once again, is not the result of standard normal weathering, but more likely the result of a blast of high heat. And a very large piece of travertine with 2 perfect drill holes and also catastrophic damage, which again I believe is the result of high heat.
So here are the perfect drill holes right here. You see them right here. Perfect drill holes in this stone that they want us to believe was made by primitive tools. Let's go ahead and X this out. These drill holes can only be made through this tool. This is called sonic drilling. I'm going to go ahead and show you how sonic drilling works. A little example here. I'm going to turn it down because that noise is irking. But this is sonic drilling being done in stone by sound and vibration. Making those perfect circles that we see all throughout Kemet is not made with a copper knife. Perfect circles, exactly what's found throughout Kemet, being made through granite that you can't make with a copper knife. There's the centerpiece, comes out perfectly. How can you do that with any other tool? What tool can do that with granite? This is what you find in Kemet. But this is being done through sound drilling, using sound frequency and vibration to alter the molecules and eventually cut perfect circles inside of these impossible to cut objects before they shatter the tool itself. Okay? Here is a modern day example of how it's actually done. So here is what you're seeing on the screen is a diamond tip drill, circular drill. And this is a very, very slow process. And here's how it works. This process, by the way, is actually inferior to the holes that they found throughout Kemet. This is the inferior version. So here's how it works. Slowly moving this like this. And it slowly goes through. What other tool can do this that would have been found in 2500 BC to make these perfect holes, or even 1400 BC through granite? Okay, that's a diamond tip drill. Here it is. Here we are again. I'm going to show this.
And we see that the top half of the statue is simply not there whatsoever. Look at the high polish on the lower part of the leg.
This is Brian
Again,
Forrester.
that type of high polish was not achievable during dynastic times because that requires very hard and fine materials such as carborundum or diamond dust to be able to create such a high polish. Here again, we're seeing more sloughing off of the surface, very large blocks of granite that lock together without mortar, and more perfect drill holes.
All right, perfect drill holes up in the air there. Granite locked together without mortar. How are they doing this? How are they making these holes? Not with copper knives and sticks or whatever not with those stones that were found at that time. Now, let's get into a tuning fork. So a tuning fork can actually be used as a vibrational cutting rod, sonic drill by having a, let me blow this up so we can all see it clearly. Okay, so a tuning fork can be used as a vibrational cutting rod, sonic drill, by having the resonance. Actually, hold on. Shrink it down to size. That's okay. I'll just scroll through. All right. Let me shrink it down to the right size. Boom and boom. Tuning fork can be used as a vibrational cutting rod sonic drill by having the resonance frequency of the cutting rod. It must match the frequency of the connected fork. The transverse vibrations of the tines would in turn move the bottom up and down, which sends the vibrations through the cutting rod, creating standing waves. Interestingly enough, the rod would have to be extremely long, so it couldn't be something that's just held in your hand. That's like 8 inches or 12 inches. The cutting rod creating standing waves had to be very long, even to produce 1100 hertz resonance. Mathematically equating, if you were to produce 1100 hertz resonance with the frequency rod being used by a tuning fork, the rod would have to be at least 1.5 meters. Are there any images in Kemet of rods with forks at the bottoms so tall in comparison to the height of a person? That would make a tuning fork depicted to be at least 4.9 feet tall. So 1.5 meters equals 4.9 feet tall. Are there any images of that? Yes. Look how they depict. Here we are. Okay. Here we are in the Museum of Egyptian Archaeology in London. An image of Ra Harakuti holds a wasp scepter, 19th dynasty. So we have images of pharaohs, netters, beings holding this rod. And if you look at it closely, you're going to find a couple things interesting on this rod. So the word rod, the word for this rod was was, and it meant power, something holding some type of extreme power. The modern day Egyptian so-called priests and teachers of today, they can't tell you what kind of power this is. What is the power? What does this rod do that holds any kind of power? Now we saw that Set was using a scepter of Set, and that thing was so powerful that he could kill one netter a day, and the weight that's being compared to being moved is 4,500 pounds. That is extremely powerful, whatever that thing is, but it was being used to kill. It was being used to damage somebody. Now, the modern day Egyptian Kemetic pro-black people will tell you that this is a symbol of divine spiritual power. But yet we saw the only reference of it being used, we see it in people's hands, but the only reference of it being used was to kill the so-called principles, the threat to kill so-called divine principles. In actuality, this was a thing that harnessed power. Who is this at the top? What is this image at the top here? That is actually the animal of Set. What you're seeing here, ladies and gentlemen, is Set's animal. So this is Set's scepter that Ra is holding. And when you see the gods and the pharaohs holding the scepter, it doesn't have any other deity on top other than Set. It doesn't have Tehuti at the top. It doesn't have Heru at the top. It doesn't have Sekhmet at the top. It only has who people consider the evil deity, the evil one, because Set was a warrior who could manipulate energy through this weapon of his, this whatever this thing was. It was just called power. It never limited to what type of power it was, but at the top had Set, but at the bottom is very interesting. It had a fork at the bottom, some type of fork at the bottom, and look how tall it is. So this is a regular man. This would be the height of, say, Ramesses over here. And look at the height of the rod that they're holding. Every time they're holding this rod, it's never like 5 inches. It's never 2 inches. It's never a foot long. It's never 10 inches. It's always about 5+ feet or 5 feet in length or more. It's always something as tall as the person or a little bit shorter than the person. If a person is about 5'5", 5'9", so most of the Kemetians were a little short, so they're about 5'7", 5'6". This would match. Yes, this is about 5 feet. It's about 6 inches shorter than the person holding it. which makes perfect sense as a tuning rod or a tuning fork, and you'd hold the middle because it would have two vibrational ends and the middle wouldn't move. If you see a tuning fork, it's the ends that have the movement, and the middle that you're holding, that part doesn't move. But look at the height of it, and it's a tuning fork. So this here is a tuning fork called a was, which no Kemetic person seems to be able to explain what is the purpose of it. It means power. What is a tuning fork with Set's head at the top of it? What does that have to do with any kind of power for us? What does it do? What kind of power is this? And why is Set at the top of it? What power? What does it do? So it's a tuning fork. It's an obvious tuning fork. It matches the height of something that would have to generate that type of energy, even at a minimum of 11 hertz. It has to be 4.9 feet tall. And every time they show the netter or a man holding this fork, it's always about 5 feet tall or more, or around that height. It's never 2 feet. It's never 11 inches. It's never something small. It's always something huge that they're holding, or most of the time something huge that they are holding. Okay, so now let's take a look. Here it is. We have other images of this Uwas. This is the one I just showed here of the 11th dynasty of Egypt. We just looked at that, Kemet. This is Middle Kingdom, and now this is Aset holding it. Let me go ahead and blow this up a little bit so you can see once again. Look how tall it is. This is Aset here holding it. Here's a man in front of it, and look, it's about his height, or a little bit shorter than the man, but it's always something very, very long, and always has Set's end, and always has a tuning fork at the bottom, some type of fork-like thing at the bottom. Here we see the Djed symbol. This is the personified Djed symbol on the Neb basket holding two Was scepters. This is from the temple of Het Heru in Dandara, and you see these. Here it is, Set's animal. What's with the glorification of Set's animal? Because this is Set's scepter. It's only mentioned with Set, and it mentions what he could do with it. It's some type of thing that harnesses energy, but this harnessing energy, because of course, if you can harness energy through a standing columnar wave or through a tuning fork, you can use it to move physical objects. You can use it to kill people. You can use it to cut things. It is just power that you're holding, and you can use it for any of these things. But it was a Kemetic symbol for power of that Set had. But the only time Set is mentioned as holding any type of scepter is a power used as some type of weapon that he used to possibly kill others. But it has something at the bottom like a tuning fork. It has a tuning fork. Here it is right here. When we look at it, we see in Ye Shwala de Lubitz. You can look up Shwala de Lubitz's book, The Temple of Man, but this is in a book called Sacred Science. It's figure 29 and figure 2.5, variations of the Uwas scepter. And here is Ptah holding the Uwas scepter. And you see it up to his chest right here with the tuning fork at the bottom. And this is in the State Heritage Museum inventory 1002 13390. And there it is right there. So here is your Uwas symbol. And it is a symbol of power with some type of tuning fork. And if you ask any Kemetic person, what does this do? What is it? What is it power? Why is it always Set? We saw what Set had with it, and it was something that was extremely associated with some type of huge weight, and it could have the power to harness to kill. It wasn't any kind of positive spiritual thing being used for Set. It was used as a weapon. But it was used at one time when Set worked with Ra to protect him. So Set was once a soldier and a protector of Ra before he turned bad. Now, this onto the cutting stone. Guess what the Medunetter word they found for cutting stone was. Let's look at this. Now, here, guess what they found the Medu word was for stone drilling? Because remember, the drill marks that we see are found in granite stone. So what's the tool they were using? Because they weren't using a copper knife. What was the word that was used for cutting stone? What was the actual word? It definitely was not. Whoop. Hold on a second, everybody. Let me move back up. Scroll down. Here it is. It definitely was not any copper-looking saw. It was not this flint saw as seen below. So what's the word for stone drilling in Kemet? They had to have a word for it. They had to have a symbol of it. Let's take a look at what this word was. So guess what they found the Moderator word for stone drilling was? It wasn't this. This is what everybody's saying they're using to saw and cut the granite, but that's not the word the Kemetians use. We go to Gardner's Sign Dictionary. Okay, we're going to go to Gardner's Sign Dictionary and take a look, and boom. Get a look at this. Let's blow this up. Boom, here it is. Gardner's Sign Dictionary, U25, and U25 variation of U24. Drill for stone. What was being used for drill for stone? This is U24. U25, we scroll down, and what is this, ladies and gentlemen? We see some type of object with some type of handle at the top, some things over here, and look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. This line here represents the stone that it's going through, and look at the bottom. What is that, ladies and gentlemen? The tuning fork. So U25 symbol for drilling stone has the tuning fork, and the only other thing with the tuning fork is the staff of Set, or the scepter of Set, which was being used associated with some type of huge weight, and the tuning fork can be used to cut stone if it's used as a sonic drill mechanism. And here it is, U24. Why is a tuning fork being used as a symbol for a stone cutting? Where is this tool today? Where can we find the actual tool? Because it is a part of the UWAS. Here it is, drill for stone, variation 124. This can be found in Gardner's. Look it up, Gardner's 1957 Hieroglyphic Guide. Gardner's 1957 Hieroglyphic Guide of Signs. Okay? Boom. So, we see for drilling stone, what was at the bottom of it? A tuning fork. You see that? This right here. Here is the Set scepter with this thing coming out of the top that you would hold, which is a handle, but it looks like the head of some type of animal, which is a symbol of Set. And here is the drill for stone with this handle type thing and some other type of thing here on the top. And there is the tuning fork at the bottom, showing that the tuning fork was being used as something to drill into the stone. Now here is, this photo shows you the marks left by the cutter as it penetrated this black granite located at Abu Sar. Each mark is a single rotation of a drill. A single rotation. Each of these holes, one single rotation, and worked more efficiently than modern drills do. So the Kemetians, in fact, had a superior technology to what we have today. Note the circular indents at the bottom, matching the exact mark left by the tubular drill. Look. So as we look, we're going to expand. Here's the hole, but this one here, I'm going to blow this up. This is an unfinished one. So this is one of the holes in the granite stone in Kemet, but it's unfinished. Look at the groove, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the groove. This is the exact groove of a tubular drill that would be used to cut through. Here we see the smoothness, but here we see the groove because it wasn't finished. When it's finished, it just looks like a hole, like over here. It's a hole. But unfinished, they found one unfinished with proof that it's a tubular drill, the same thing that they use over here for sonic drilling, which is a tube. And if you was not to go through this rock and to stop right here, what would you see? You would see the mark left behind of the drill about to make the hole. Here's the finish hole. Here's the about to finish. And you see the drill there, the exact same thing that he is doing right there, ladies and gentlemen. So below is an example of today's diamond cutting tubular drill cutting technology, which has still not reached the advanced technology of the ancient people of the Nile Valley. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We see that the drill stone symbol is the fork, the tuning fork. Tuning forks have been proven and are used to drill through physical objects. You can manipulate the energy at 1100 hertz by having something that has to be at least 1.5 meters, which is 4.9 feet. It has to be long enough where you can hold the middle, where the variant stimuli is mainly at the two edges, where the middle part is solid, where you see the Kemetians holding it. This is the symbol for power in Kemet. Nobody can explain what kind of power it is, except for it's used to drill stone. The power of drilling stone or cutting through something. Basically, the harnessing of energy, which was used by Set as a weapon and used for other things. We don't know how many things this is used for, but we know that tuning forks can harness energy. And I have videos of tuning forks themselves being used to cut through physical matter when they're in tune to a certain hertz and a frequency. Boom. Thank you again for that question. Welcome, everybody. Let me fix this. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This is how we answer questions here. I don't know if you see this other places in YouTube. I'm not sure where else you can go, but come here if you want these kind of answers. Let me see if I can fix this again. I hope you all appreciated that. That is how we answer questions here at the Tehuti Podclass. Coogan, if you got your answer, type it in the room. I got to go to the room to see the responses, to see if people got the answer, if they appreciated that, if maybe they found a better answer somewhere else. Maybe I got to up my skills and get better. I don't know, but this is what I do here to help you all be as thorough as possible, showing you things directly from Kemetic papyrus, showing you mathematics, science, things that can be researched, things that are used in modern day time. Boom. Look up Brian Forrester, Mark Lechner. They have a lot of videos which show these things. So Casey Coogan, who was the one that asked the question, he says, great breakdown. Thank you. You are welcome, or as we say, Nini Ook. Nini Ook, Nini Ook, Nini Ook. Okay, let me go into the room and see some of the responses to see if first of all, if you can hear me and see me, am I looking okay? Kemetic Energies asks if the screen froze. Okay, yes. So that tuning fork is an ancient African exact. Of course, it's an ancient African tool. Absolutely, absolutely. It goes back all the way to the time of the Zep Tepi. It is extremely ancient, invented in Nile Valley areas, and used as a symbol of power. All right, so let's take a look and see if everybody Kemetic Energy says we are not going to be able to find anywhere what the master teacher has provided me and all of us right here. Thank you for your appreciation, brother Kemetic Energy. Rob G says, but Sonetter led me to Tehuti and I'm thankful. But who am I? Thank you to Sonetter. Sonetter is doing a great job at exposing everybody, basically giving everybody a massive platform to debut their skills. He's kind of like Smack Battle League URL or something. You get on there, you do the best you can do, and then people see you, and those who vibrate on your frequency, they take off with you. Those who want to debate you, but it's a great platform. He put in his blood, sweat, and tears to even develop such a large following, to be able to. He himself doesn't have to do any work anymore. He doesn't have to come on there and teach. He doesn't. You notice he doesn't teach. He doesn't debate. He presses the camera. He sets it up. He gives everybody their floor. He can sit back. He does his little arguments with people, but he himself doesn't. You never see Sonetter versus such and such 3-minute rounds, 20-minute round. No, he provides an awesome platform, and thankful to him, a lot of people can get a bigger audience. I was doing it on the street when Sonetter was on the streets. I used to live in Brooklyn, Foster Avenue, and I remember him from the streets before there was an internet, and he just had a bullhorn, screaming at people, throwing pictures of Jesus, or but now with technology, he can just sit back and let people get the floor. Shout out to him. Shout out to everybody who appreciated the answer, who saw what was broken down, and who appreciated that. Okay, so Big Chaser says, wow. Cash Peden says, an oscillating drill. Yep. Yeah, a lot of information, guys. It's all out here. It's Sonetter sets up debates. Yep, that's what he does. Sonetia Moon says, greetings, you got this. Shout out to everybody. Desmond FPV says, that's true. I found Tehuti from Sonetter. Yeah, a lot of people found me from different places. You know, it's much respect to everybody. Boss Fee says, fire, 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 fire. Desmond FPV says, Tehuti does it again. Corn says, great, thumbs up. Okay. And let's get on to the next. Let's get on. We got more questions, everybody. Let's get on to everybody. Kinetic energy, I think you're the only one with the frozen screen. Everybody else can see, right? Okay. Let me get some agua. And let me go check. We're going to go for about another hour. I got some energy. I feel good. Let's keep it going, everybody. Let's keep it going. Let me go to my notifications and see what other questions have come in. Oops. Okay, what else has come in? Notifications. Let me update and see who has sent in support. Shout out to everybody. I see a bunch of them. Shout out to everybody. Let's see where this starts. Okay, so shout out to, wait a minute. I know Adrian, where's his? He sent it in. Hold on, where is my man? Where's my brother who sent in? He sent it in early before the class even started. Let me go. Okay, I'm nowhere. I'm going to see you. I'm going to see you. Okay, there is Anthony Drain. Okay, so shout out to so first Imani. Here it is. Imani sent this in right before a few hours before the class. He sent in a very considerable, a very great donation. I'm going to go ahead and show this on the screen. Thank you, my good brother. He sent in a question which we both agree that I'm going to have to get to this the next week because it refers to me watching a video, and in the time that he sent it in, I was on the move. I have so many things to do before the podcast. I had no time to watch a video and seek out an answer and any of that. It was too short notice. I want to give the brother a clear, in-depth answer, especially for what he's given. And I didn't want to rush that and try to watch some video 10 minutes before the podcast. And I didn't even have 10 minutes. I literally, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. I literally come from one of my locations, from one of my goddesses, literally walk in the door. As soon as I walk in the door, I take a pre-workout. Sometimes as I'm walking in the door, I have enough time to change my clothes, put on my workout clothes, set up my rack and everything, do a workout, a full-fledged workout with the exact amount of time to hop in the shower, get dressed, get the spider, get the snakes, to sit down at exactly 6:55 and turn on the computer and look to see the questions. This is how my day goes. So a lot of people send in videos and things like that, and it's literally right before class, and I literally have to the minute. That's how strict my lifestyle is. I have an exact meal at a specific time. I'm eating that meal as I'm getting dressed, as I'm hopping in the shower. I take my last bite. There's not a second in my time that's to waste. Literally, and literally what you see here is me sitting here 2 minutes after a full-fledged workout, changing clothes, shaving beards, and getting the sweat off and showering and everything. So that is my day, like this. So very structured. But thank you, and I'm going to go ahead and show. And I have to live that disciplined lifestyle because I have to be an example for my goddesses, for the children that watch me, for my students. I have to be that example because I have to show them that my life isn't the internet. It's not. I'm not doing this for clout or nothing. It's not. When the cameras turn off, everything is the exact same in my life. Structure, diet, weighing my food on the scale, taking certain pills and working out, teaching my goddesses class, the sun, the other children, going to bed at a certain time to wake up for an affirmation. My life is Anki Ma'at structured. That is my life, everybody. So I'm trying to be the example for everyone in my family. So I may have, my family may be expanding. I may have other children reconnecting to me. Another goddess wants to come back, join. It's life is cookie cut math. So let's go on to the the question that I'm going to answer next week. I'm going to put it as a first question to answer for next week. And that is, let me go and look at it here. Where is it? Boom. E Manifesto, who's live in the class. You all see him. He asked a question. The question is not in this. It's not here what I'm about to show. But I have the question. He sent the question to me in a conversation. And I actually have to go over it with him again to get a clear understanding of what the question is. But it pertains to watching a video. And I'm gonna go over it with him again. I would like to be very clear on everybody's question, but let me go ahead and put him on the screen. Oh, and here he is on the screen. Oh, 1 second, everybody. I gotta delete some things. Gotta delete you. Gotta delete. Okay, there's Jermaine. Shout out to Jermaine. I gotta delete. Delete Jermaine though. I gotta delete this. Okay, here we go. All right, let me go ahead and try this again. Put this on the screen. Boom! Shout out to. Wow! Shout out to E Manifesto, and he definitely gets a round of applause. Shout out to E Manifesto. He had a very E Manifesto, shout out to you, my good brother, for that $44.44, I think. I'm not looking at it right now, but let me go back to the screen. Shout out to E Manifesto, and let me go back to the screen, which is 44. Shout out to you. And a question he asked, he sent in a video, and I'm going to go over it with him to make sure I'm clear on what he asked. He wants, anyways, we're going to go over that question. I don't know exactly how to reword what he asked, but we're going to go over that. Shout out to the brother, E Manifesto. You are wonderful, awesome. Thank you for your support. Let me look in the room, see if he's in here. Shout out to E Manifesto, And Sinetia Moon says, thank you, E-Manifesto. And shout out to you. Is he in the room? He's in here somewhere. So there he is. He's in here. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the way that I see your comments, it may not be in the order that you all see them. I don't. It's a little different how I'm looking at it in the StreamYard. It's not in the same order. Sometimes they just pop up. Sometimes it freezes. So shout out to E-Manifesto. And thank you, my brother. That was awesome. And then wait a minute. Comedic Menergy says, peace, Master Teacher. Pardon my tardy. Let me know when I can come on and present. Okay, we're going to talk about that. I think it's about the last thing you sent, and you wanted to show a video and ask a question. We'll talk about that. Maybe we can get that in early. Because I haven't talked to you since. But shout out to you, Comedic Menergy. Shout out to E-Manifesto. We're going to keep this organized. We're going to keep this solid. That is a great donation. Appreciate that. And we're going to go over it. We're going to go over that. Okay, on to the next one. Shout out to that. And yeah, last week I didn't. Yes, that's right. I invited you up last week. And I guess you missed it. So we'll get it organized. But as Hollow the Dawn says, on to the next one. Let's go. All right. So shout out to E-Manifesto for that's awesome. And then we have, of course, the one and only Anthony Drain, who always sends the same amount of support all the time in the sacred number of 1072. I see it on the screen. Here it is. 1072. Let me go ahead and put that in the room. 1072. He always just sends that. He doesn't send a question. He usually just sends it for support. But if he does have a question and he sends it in, definitely break it down. I think he did text me something, but I'm on the move. I couldn't really read it that clear, but he texted me, wanted to talk to you about something in a private chat. I'll go ahead and read that again, and we'll go over that. But here it just says 1072, which is a regular 1072. I always see for your support. Thank you, my brother. You are awesome and consistent as usual. Let me get some agua. Oh, thank you. Agua. Let's go ahead and see. Okay. Yes, for sure. We'll get it. We'll break it down. Okay. Okay, that's Anthony Drain. Shout out to you. And who is next? Arthur Richards. Hey, oh, Super Magoo. What is this question here? What is this one? What is this? Let me go ahead and put it in the screen here. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not know what questions I have to emphasize. Most of these questions, I see them as you see them. Or I might see them right before the podcast, or as you're sending them in. I just see these, so let's see what this one is here. This one here, I think he sent this to me earlier today. He sent 2 back to back. Thank you, my brother. Are you in the room, AJ? Nania Setmer says, mind-blowing answers again and again. All right. Got books? Email? Tehuti for your inquiry. Mystical television, gmail.com. AJ, are you in the room, my good brother? Are you in the room, bro? Brother man, are you in the room? Brother man, are you in the room? We got 103 in the room. Shout out to all the viewers and all the watchers. Let's see what this question is here. And I gotta take a 3-minute break. 3-minute break, and I'll be back to answer whatever this question is. Let's go ahead and post it in the room and see what it is. What is it? What is the question? What is the support? We have AJ always gets a round of applause. He sends in $24. Let me move this off the bottom of the screen. $24 for pick of the city 90 feet below the ground and a SARS tomb. You never. So first of all, it's so beautiful and random. I need to see all of you bum rush or go into any of these other chats. Go to Sonnetter and just like blast these kind of questions, man. These questions are like random and they're beautiful. They're beautiful. I don't know what's coming, but man, these are like questions. I've never heard these questions before. I've never heard that question before. And I believe it's because of something I said in an earlier class. Let me go ahead and get this off the screen. I believe I said something in an earlier class about a SARS tomb underground. And AJ's so sharp. I like what AJ does. I like what Mogul does. He'll listen to me teach, and I'll say, if anybody wants to ask about that, they can. And then he'll literally take that and make that his next question for the Podclass. So he's listening close because I do leave little clues and I do say, hey, when I ask you about that, go ahead. And he literally types it up and cash apps it. So shout out to you. Shout out to you for that. $24. And you definitely get a round of applause because you are consistent. You are consistent. What's that? All right. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. If you're in the room, I don't know. You may be asleep by now where you are. I'm going to check the room to see if you're in here. But shout out to you because you actually sent 2 of them. Are you in the room, my brother? Are you in the room? I don't know. I don't know. I got to take a 3-minute break, and I'm going to come back, post that question again. E-Manifesto says, I want to go from a mannequin to ripped like Bruce Lee. A mannequin, that's funny. Smooth skin. Shout out to everybody. AJ Super Mogul. What I'm going to do here is for Comedic Menergy, AJ Super Mogul, or anyone who has contributed, if you want to step on for a few minutes, Ahati Ma'at, if you want to step on for a few minutes while I got to take a little break, I'm going to put the link in the room. You can step on, maybe talk about what you want to know about, or just give a little tribute, or just talk, hold it down for a moment while I step away. That is the link right there. So AJ, if you want to click on, Comedic Menergy, if you want to click on and say something maybe pertaining to what your question was about from the last time, you can go on and do that. Or just, jump on. E-Manifesto, maybe you want to jump on and clarify your, ask your question, ask that question so it can be recorded and I can get a clear verbal because I want some clarity. All of you great supporters, feel free to jump on. I will give you a little spotlight, give you a little conversation. You all can meet each other live, talk back and forth for the few minutes that I'm gone. But jump on the screen. Do not be shy. Do not be shy. The Tehuti Podclass, we are a family here. Feel free to jump on if you are watching, if you're in the room. Stephen E., all these great supporters, feel free to jump on. Is anybody here? Anybody here? Anybody here? E-Manifesto is smiling. Willie, jump on. I need some people to jump on here. Who's this? It says Kinetic. All right, we got Kinetic. I can barely see you, but he is frozen. There he is. Kinetic. I can barely see you, but he is. Okay, so it's echoing kinetic energy because you don't have headphones on. What I'm going to do is it's echoing kinetic energy because you don't have come out the room. Headphones on. You can go ahead and speak a little bit. I'm going to come out the room because it's echoing with me talking. So go ahead, Ahati, if you want to come on. Any of you consistent supporters, feel free to come on. I'll put you on and talk for a few minutes. I'm gone. Okay. Peace and love. I'm gonna step back in the room. Okay. Peace and love. I'm gonna step back in the room.
Still echoing.
Oh, do you have kinetic energy? Do you have your YouTube on playing and your StreamYard? You gotta mute your YouTube or it's gonna keep echoing. On playing and your StreamYard, you gotta mute your YouTube or it's gonna keep echoing. On playing.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great.
Nice. Peace, y'all. Kinetic energy. Yeah, I was my question last week. So I don't know how I screenshot. My question last week, I wanted to follow up with 3 sources. One, Diop. Second source, Professor Walter Williams. Third source, my third source was Ashar Quasi about Sumer. Let's see if I can share. Let's see. Try to share my screen. I'm not sure how to share the screen, man. But I wanted to present them 3 sources pertaining to my question about Sumer. Hold on, y'all. All right, so if we're familiar with Diop's work, African Origins of Civilization, page 100. Based on your education and the source of your education, you're familiar with Diop's work. On page 100, Diop goes into the origins of what we call Sumer, which I stand before 1000 BC. We have no Sumer. We have no one. We have no historical record of a Sumer or any bones out of Sumer. Peace, Ahati.
You can see me?
Yes, sir. Peace. Good to see you.
Hold on. Good to see you too. I thought I was backstage. Hold on.
No, would you happen to have I have it. I have the book digitally.
Oh, I'm on. Okay. I'm trying to change the background. Well, what'd you say?
I wanted to show the chat page 100 on Diop's work. Would you happen to have the book African Origins of Civilization?
No, I haven't had that book for 8 years.
Okay, I have the book digitally right now on my computer.
Okay.
And I want to show the chat what Diop said about Sumer.
Yep.
I also have 2 videos, right? One video of Professor Walter Williams being interviewed by a radio broadcast out of Maryland, I believe, called Onkphobia with a PH, Onkphobia. It's a 4-part interview packed with information brought to us by Professor Walter Williams. It's like pushing 90. I think he's 90. I think he's pushing 91. Professor Walter Williams. On one of the parts of the 4-part video, Professor Walter Williams is asked about Sumer. So I wanted to share with the chat what Professor Williams said on that. I have it. Again, I have it. That's one thing I wanted to share as a source. Now, on Onkphobia, this was good stuff. This can actually be found on YouTube, y'all. So if you have a moment, check it out. Onkphobia Radio. They brought Ashar Quasi on following Professor Walter Williams' interview, and they questioned Quasi on Dr. Walter Williams' answers and Sumer. Quasi said, my second source says that Sumer was founded by a first dynastic Egyptian ruler, and it's named after him. So I did some sources. I pulled up Petrie's work, pulled up Stephen Miller's work. I pulled up a ton of names. Diop. I found one name in the first Egyptian dynasty that's similar to the name Sumer. We'll discuss that in a second. However, y'all, Quasi does not say the name of the pharaoh. He just says it was a first dynastic Egyptian ruler who founded Sumer. Third source was Diop's work, page 100, on African origins of civilization. Pages and pages of the myth brought to us by European scholars to paint a picture that Africa wasn't first, to paint a picture that this Mesopotamian, these Akkadian biblical people were 3,500, 4,000 years BC. They get Egypt's numbers, they get Africa's numbers, and they try to for decades they've been attempting. It started with Schmidt in the early 19th century. We all know who Schmidt is. Master teacher knows well who Schmidt is. He mentioned Schmidt's name a few times when we spoke about Sumer. But yes, Hati, this was just a follow-up of my question last week pertaining to Sumer. So I wanted to see where the master teacher stance was.
So this is a question for him.
It was me presenting my sources, and this is because this is maybe the second time I've maybe third time I've been live. I don't know how to screen share. So if I can get some education.
Third time what?
My third time being live. I really don't know how to maneuver. So my motion is sort of potential and non-kinetic when it comes to screen sharing. But I have all.
Yeah, it's a great question. Great question, because the Sumer, Mesopotamia, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, and on 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 causes massive confusion. and I'm not gonna. It's for Saba, so I'm not gonna answer it. But it's just all confusion, brother.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the ancient people, they never called themselves any of the names you just listed. They never called any of their lands the names you just listed. So that's the confusion, because we've been taught to be confused. So I'm not going to say any more because, again, it's a question for him. But I just look at it like these other teachers. There's layers to the matrix. Does that make sense?
Indeed.
So I peel one piece of the layer of the matrix onion, but I'm still in the onion, and I peel another one, I peel another one, I peel another one, I peel another one, I peel another one. So yes, I may be advancing, but I'm still in the matrix. With Brother Tehuti, he comes with that kitchen mallet. You know, the kitchen mallet that's in your those stock blocks that's on the counter, the wooden blocks. He pulls that out and smash, just like Set, just like when he was talking about Set tonight. And he smashes the onion. He smashes the matrix. Because I think it was a Bag Chaser said it earlier. Peace to Bag Chaser and all the brothers and sisters that are out there tonight. Greatest chat room on the internet. This brother here, Kinetic Energy, makes a great point that there's teachers still teaching not specifically from where our ancestors were writing from. And that's a big part, because it takes a lot of work to find this stuff. And a lot of people just don't have time to do it, if we're going to be honest. So with Tehuti, when I was first learning from him, I couldn't even ask him a specific question. Does that make sense? Because already in my mind, it's confused by terms like Sumer, Mesopotamia, Babylon, and all this. So I'm coming to him on a false premise of authority, saying, well, what do you think about the Babylonians? And he would come back and say, well, I don't know who the Babylonians are, because the people that you're calling the Babylonians didn't call themselves the Babylonians. If they were standing here today, they wouldn't know what you're talking about. And I would go, wow. And then I would just silence.
And that's exactly.
And listen, because I have to now take Cheab Diop. Now again, when I talk about other teachers, I'm a person that believes we can learn from anybody. Even the homeless guy that's outside my building tonight, I can learn from him. So I'm not saying I'm above other teachers. What I'm saying is that when you find knowledge that is true, that is more advanced than the last person you found it from, in my opinion, I discard that. So Cheab Diop, once I started learning from Tehuti, I don't even know what happened to that book. I think it was in my storage. Walter Williams, another great teacher, but they didn't have the resources or the mind that Tehuti has. And Tehuti knows I don't speak about anybody else like this. I only speak strictly about him like this. And the only reason why I do that is because of what you're sharing tonight with your question, where man, the matrix is so deep that when we think we're out of a part of it, we're still really in the matrix. To be 100% out of the matrix is to be able to live outside of it. And even today, almost a decade later, I still have questions I asked Tehuti, and we set up times to speak almost 10 years later. And I believe that will be for a lifetime. So great question, brother. And the man of the hour is here, so I'm going to leave it up to him.
Peace, Master Teacher. So what besides presenting them three sources, when I use the word summer or Sumer, I'm speaking in a general term as far as the people who are referred to in that land, in that territory: Babylonians, Akkadians, Mesopotamians, the Sigagi, I believe it's pronounced the Sigagi. These people, Assyrians, whatever. I was using the term Sumer so everyone understood. So because Sumer's more general. I do know and understand that them people weren't called Sumerians. My question, my concern was more on the dating of this civilization. How European scholarship, starting from Schmidt in the early 19th century, is predating these Sumerians, Babylonians, Akkadians, Assyrians, Mesopotamians, prior to Egypt, Africa. And I have to say Africa after I say Egypt. It's important that people when you put a face and a figure on Egypt, you know, you're looking at the continent of Africa. Yes. Okay. Go ahead, master teacher.
Okay. Yeah. So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna start. We may have to start the next podcast early, where you show up early, and I think you wanted to present something. You wanted to show a book, a video, and you want to screen share, but you're not familiar with how to do that. Is that
Yes,
right?
I have my 3 sources with me right now on the computer, but I'm not sure how to screen share.
Okay, we'll have to go over that, because this definitely is it's not a time for me to kind of walk you through how to do that. But what I have to say for that is that I don't know about people that are misdating things. I only go by things that are in museums, and the dates that I gave of the items are museum dated items. So I don't know of any of it predating Kemet though. So I didn't give anything that predated Kemet. So I'm not sure what it is. Who, if somebody's trying to predate Kemet, nothing that I gave of Uruk predated Kemet. So I'm not sure who said it predated Kemet, but
Yeah, I
it's
have a
not.
list. I have a long list, including the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah. So if maybe next time if you can show it's not something that I teach. I don't teach that it predated Kemet. I think the confusion is what people are considering Kemet. So they're considering Kemet. They're using terms like pre-dynastic, dynastic. They're using Narmer as the beginning. I don't acknowledge Narmer as the beginning. So I don't know who's predating Kemet. I'm not sure who's predating Kemet, but I can't respond to. I can only respond to the truth, which is what I showed did not predate Kemet, but it is extremely old. It doesn't predate Nile Valley culture. So I don't know who's saying Sumer does, because there's no such place as Sumer. There's ancient Uruk, which has a plethora of archaeological finds that go back to 2000 BC, 3000 BC in Uruk, which I showed in the last couple of classes, but that doesn't predate Kemet. I think people think Kemet starts with Narmer, which is 3200 BC. So if he started with Narmer, then yes, it would look like that predates Kemet. But Nile Valley culture doesn't begin with Narmer. So Kemet was still first. So if they're saying if the people that you're showing is saying that, if their argument is that Kemet was first, then yes, they're right. That's their argument. I don't argue against that. I don't know who. I agree with them if that's what they're saying. If they're saying there's no such place called Sumer, ancient Sumer, I agree with them. There's no place called Sumer that goes back 3000 BC. That's correct as well. If they're saying there's no such place called Uruk, then yes, the debate conversation would have to be set up, because there's much archaeology showing Uruk and Ashur, but just no Sumer. So there's a lot of misconceptions.
Yep, too. Yep, Chaldea. Yeah.
Yeah, so Ur of Chaldea comes about way later as well. It comes about like 9th dynasty. That's way. Ur of Chaldea is not old at all, and that's why it's impossible for Abraham to have been from Ur of Chaldea, because Ur of Chaldea didn't even exist at the time. At the so-called time of Abraham, which would have been about 1824 BC, if there was an Abraham, there wasn't. but Ur of Chaldea would have been there, and Ur of Chaldea comes after that. So we'll have to start up fresh with that. I'm gonna get through some of these, the rest of these donations and stuff, and maybe offline I can kind of, or maybe you can watch some StreamYard videos and just learn kind of the basic workings of how to screen share. And then when you come on, boom, you come on fresh and show the sources. And I may just agree with the sources. It maybe just be a 2-minute conversation.
Indeed.
Yeah, I don't deny it. So yeah, we gotta go by terminology. Sometimes confuse us. Like I came into the end of what Ahati says. Terminology confuses us. They create this terminology to confuse us. So words like Kemet. So the word Kemet as a place didn't exist in the origins of the Nile Valley culture. That's just one of the many titles. But the Nile Valley people with the same belief system, they've existed for thousands and tens of thousands of years. They just didn't call the place Kemet. So when people talk about Kemet, that's one of the recent names of the Nile Valley. But it's the same culture of Osiris, the same culture of farming, the same culture of the Al-Nanam Minotac, the Orion star constellation, and the monitoring of it. All of that is the same. But there's just a confusion of terminology. So, like this brother here, like say for example, this brother here, good brother Amin Ma'at Ra, Kemet is Cush's granddaughter. So there's a lot of things that are just said and blurted out, and we have to verify these things. We have to walk through archaeology. So there is a concept out there that Kemet is younger than some place called Cush, when in actuality you can't find any ancient Cush that predates Kemet. You can't find it. It just doesn't exist. We get that concept because of the Bible Cush, but there actually is no documented papyrus or record of any place called Cush before there was a place called Kemet. It was all one Nile Valley culture, and they didn't separate themselves. They didn't say you guys are Cush, you are Kemet. They didn't do that. So there actually is no ancient place called Cush. That was a miscommunication of the word Kish, which came from the Erech area, and they put it in the Bible as Cush to make it seem like Cush came first. And then people in the pro-black movement ran with that word, but they can't actually show that word on any papyrus. They can't show anybody writing about, I'm from Cush. I live in a place called Cush. It doesn't exist in any papyrus. And that's why in a lot of my debates and conversations, they're over with quickly because I don't get into the Gish Gallop. I'm just like, go ahead, show me what papyrus is it. Well, look, usually they can't, so they get into emotional struggle, and I just sit there quietly like this. And when I raise my head, I ask the exact same question: what papyrus? Where can I find it? And then I put my head down. That's actually how I debate. It's like a humble way of killing somebody. I just say, show it. Give me the papyrus reference. But what we're going to do, my brother, this topic is very, very important because it is one of the most confusing topics. The Sumer versus Kemet and Cush. Who's first? What's this? It needs to be straightened out. So, yeah.
I got 44 names. I got 44 names of European scholars all over Europe and the Middle East who have attempted over the past 30 or 40 years to predate Sumer.
Yeah.
Egypt.
Yeah.
Actually, interesting. Check this out real quick, right? All right. We're familiar with Robert Scotia's work, right? Robert Scotia.
Oh, are you pronouncing it Scotia?
Shock.
Shock? Yes.
Okay, I have his book right for. Okay, here we go. Right here, we got Robert Scotia, Forgotten Civilizations. Right.
Nice.
Right. Check this out. At the end of this book, Scotia's asked by the archaeological community to find him to find a civilization of prior to Egypt, and in his attempts to date the Sphinx, and his answer to the archaeological community was Sumer. What? So that's a name right there. If you know, as far as you asking master teacher, as far as you asking who's predating Egypt, Sumer. So
and if you go by and if you go by the word, Sumer does predate Egypt. The confusion is just the words that we're using. There's a place called Sumer predate Nile Valley culture. No. Was there a place called Sumer before there was a place called Egypt? Yes. But Robert Schoch definitely doesn't believe that Sumer predates the Sphinx. He's the one that came out to show the Sphinx was 26,000 years old, and he knows there was no Sumer 26,000 years ago. He said the Sphinx is minimum 10,500 years ago. He says that due to the water erosion, and he knows that there's no place, so they got to go to Göbekli Tepe. But that's a whole other conversation. I gotta get on to the it's 11:30 where I'm at. I gotta get on to the rest of the donation questions, but you figure out how to use that, and maybe if we talk off of here, I mean, I'm not sure what you want to ask, because
well, I wanted to present my three sources. That's
okay.
Just, if anyone was reading the question, there may have been some adjectives that were left out.
Yes.
Some pronouns that were left out. So it was me saying I would like to present my sources, and instead of what you read was I would to present my source. So it was a little confusing. Pardon me on my end with that. So we cleared that up, and that's it. Yeah. We'll pick this up next week, throughout the week, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, good. So thank you, brother, coming on. I'm gonna go ahead and get on to the brother here who asked a question about
indeed.
Yes, about the Star tomb underground. Okay. So here we go. So peace, everybody. Peace, brothers, and I'll catch you in the chat room. Okay. Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. We got about half an hour left. We're gonna break down some information. I'm going to go over the last question I was actually asked from AJ Arthur Super Mogul. He has a lot of different names, and we're going to go over what he asked. So here he is again. I'm going to put it in the room for those who didn't see, because I had to take a break right after I presented the question. So I'm going to go ahead and show it again. And here it is right here. Boom, boom, boom. It's Arthur Richardson. Let me I'm doing this all manually, everybody. So here we go. I think this is it. Is this it right here? Boom. Arthur Richardson says, pick of the city 90 feet below the ground and a SARS tomb. Wonderful. Let's go over it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into it. And Arthur Richardson, I don't know if you're there, but you will watch this on YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and get into the answer to that. In the Tehuti Podclass, you can ask any question you'd like. We do this based off of reciprocity. Reciprocity means that when you send a question in, you can send it in PayPal, Rocky SV, or TT Amun. I get the question. The question comes in as you type it into the PayPal or Cash App. There's a commentary section where you can say what the PayPal was for. When it pops up on the screen, I show it on the screen, such as that. And then boom. And then I go ahead and answer the question. Most of the questions that are sent to me, I do not know what they are. And that is to keep me sharp and to show you all how to answer questions either sharply, or if you don't have the answer, you say, I don't have the answer. Due to the fact that I'm a little bit ahead of others because of what I've done to myself several years ago to retain and get information and kind of cut off a lot of my regular life, and lived in an area where I was just all about absorbing information. I'm able to do this, and I'm here to train others to do the same because the mind is vast, it is limitless, and information is limitless. Welcome to 2D Podclass. We're about to get into the answer here. We're going to do a screen share, boom. And thank you, AJ, for asking that question about the underground tomb in the city. And we're going to go ahead and expand this and get into this. This is actually a class I did, information I gave to one of my goddesses in a class, actually to all of them because they were all here, and we're gonna go over it because it is very deep. It's about the actual individual that Comedic Meta G just mentioned, Robert Schoch, John Anthony West, all wanting permission to investigate into the Harakuti Ra tomb, which Europeans call the Sphinx. This all started back in 1991 when John Anthony West, independent Egyptologist, scientific investigator, conducted geological seismic surveys around the Great Sphinx of Egypt. The chief geologist was Robert Schoch, the same one that Commander Minergy just mentioned. Professor of geology at Boston University and chief seismologist was Tomek Dubecki, highly respected Houston consultant firm. And what they did is they wanted permission to go and investigate into the Sphinx back in 1991, 1993, because when they did the testing and the radar testing, they found that there was hollow spots under what they call the Sphinx and in the Sphinx. The geologist patterns of erosions on the Sphinx indicates that it was carved at the end of the last ice age when heavy rain fell in the Eastern Sahara, perhaps more than 12,000 years ago. That's what Robert Schoch says. So there's no way Robert Schoch thinks that ancient Sumer is past this date. But anyways, this contrasts starkly with the Orthodox Egyptological dating for the Sphinx around 4,500 years ago. Seismic survey indicated that the existence of several unexplored tunnels and cavities in the bedrock beneath the Sphinx include large rectangular chamber in the depth of some 25 feet beneath the monument's front paws. In 1993, John Anthony West's team were physically expelled from the site by Dr. Zahi Hawass, then and now Egyptian's government chief inspector of antiquities for the Pyramid of the Sphinx. He appeared to be angered by the suggestion that the Sphinx may be far older than the civilization of Egypt itself, and thus the work of the lost civilization, and was particularly incensed by NBC television film that was made about the team's work. This film linked the Sphinx to Atlantis and suggested that the chamber beneath the paws may contain the legendary Hall of Records of Atlantis. Hall of Records of Atlantis. Hawass called the claim American hallucinations. There's no scientific base for any of this. We have an older monument in the same area. They definitely weren't built by any men from Atlantis. It's nonsense, and we won't allow our monuments to be exploited for personal enrichment. The Sphinx of the Soul of Egypt. The article in the Egyptian press responded to NBC's film, quoted Dr. Hawass on further reasoning for expelling John Anthony West and his team from the Sphinx. I have found that their work is carried out by installing endoscopes in the Sphinx body and shooting a film for all phases of work is propagandistic, but not scientific matter. I therefore suspended the work of this unscientific mission and made a report which was presented in the Permanent Commission, who rejected the mission's work in the future. NBC film was produced by a certain Boris Said, particularly financed investment from the members of the Association for Research of Enlightenment, our headquarters of Virginia Beach in the U.S. And it goes on to say, so basically they kept asking for permission, trying to get authority. Zahi Hawass kept banning them, kept declining them, expelled them, kicked them out, said they were working for Edgar Casey. There's no tunnels under the Sphinx. There's nothing underneath it. The Sphinx is not old. So other financiers came in, and then this is what happened. So an article came out by Dr. Jim Hartock. Since the declassification of the new ground-basing penetrating radar 2 years ago, most staggering data has emerged of the complex labyrinth underground system in various parts of the world. At places like Guatemala, South America's tunnels have been mapped under the Mayan pyramids complex at Tikal, which extended a full 800 kilometers to the opposite side of the country. Investigators remarked it was possible to understand how 1 million Mayan Indians escaped decremation of their culture. Similar fashion, the SIRA radar was developed in Egypt as early as 1978, mapping extraordinary subterranean complex beneath the Egyptian pyramids. So there is a subterranean complex that has been detected by radar all the way back from 1978, but you will not hear people in the conscious community teaching this. Zahi Hawass doesn't want to talk about this. But it's been shown since 1978, and here we are in 2022. But the subterranean complex beneath the Egyptian pyramids, arrangements made with President Sadat of Egypt resulted in 3 decades of top secret excavations to penetrate the system. At a recent meeting in Australia, one of the key scientists on Giza project, Dr. Jim Hartock, showed the film footage of working project called Chambers of the Deep, due to be released at the end of the century. So it was top secret. Even though John Anthony West and Robert Schoch said they had proof of it, Zahi Hawass didn't allow it to be public because this was top secret, which means they knew about it, but they did not want it to be public. So the film revealed the discovery of a vast megalithic metropolis, 15,000 years old. The film reveals the discovery of a vast megalithic metropolis 15,000 years old, reaching several levels below the Giza Plateau. So, they found cities underneath the Giza Plateau. They date them back to 15,000 years old. That predates any Sumer, that even predates Göbekli Tepe, that predates all of what everybody's talking about, but they do not want people to know about this. Why? Because the pyramids and those megaliths are supposed to represent Osiris and the aligning of the Orion star constellation, and Egypt is supposed to start with so-called Narmer. If you have an underground civilization or a raw style connected to Kemet, going back 15,000 years old, now we're going back into the time of the Zep Tepi. We're not in the time of any dynasties. We're not in the time of any Narmer, any Scorpion King 1, Scorpion King 2, any Aha, any Menez. We're in the time of the gods. We're in the time that cannot be explained by Egyptologists. So what they do is nobody talks about it. So ask any of your Kemetic leaders or teachers or advisors, what is this underground city, underground metropolis that's 15,000 years old under the Giza Plateau? What is that? So while the rest of the New Age speculations about the hidden chambers under the left paw of the Sphinx, the legendary city of the gods, lay sprawled beneath, complete with hydraulic underground waterways. The film shows massive chambers in proportions to our largest cathedrals with enormous statues the size of the valley of the Nile carved in situ. Researchers risking their lives with lights and cameras, carefully negotiated rubber dinghies across the subterranean rivers. So anyways, they made a film about this. So just after the deluge and the dawn of the present time cycle and era, the Egyptians called the Zep Tepi. Ask people to tell you about the Zep Tepi. It doesn't seem to be popular in the Black conscious community. It's not popularly talked about. What is this time that the Kemetians called the Zep Tepi, where a mysterious group of gods appeared to initiate the survivors in the rudiment civilization from Tehuti and Osiris in Egypt, Quetzalcoatl and Veracruz in the Americas, traditional worldwide ascribed to the origin of the contemporary civilizations to a sophisticated group. Now here's the ground penetrating radar Redepicted shows the results. So look, and we look at the dates of the. So here is the ground penetrating radar. It shows two cavities in the Sphinx body. Cavity here. Large chambers well underneath the Sphinx. Small chamber over here, and a tunnel pathway. What is all this? This is not spoken about in regular Egyptology or in the Black conscious community. What is this? Let's look at how early actually this was found. 1977, right? The corridor discovered. Cavity discovered in 1987. Chamber discovered in 1997. Chamber discovered in 1982. Shaft discovered in 1926. Explored in 1980. Shaft discovered in 1977. The SRA NSF. Cavity discovered in 1897. Confirmed in 1991 by Schock. Confirmed in 1998 by Schlor. All this is found inside and underneath what they're calling the Sphinx, and it's not mentioned in any conversation. Nobody's talking about this. Here's the shaft. Now, here's what's interesting. Here's the shaft of the rear base of the Harakuti. So now, if you go to the rear, and for those who don't know, the Harakuti is what this is called. It is not called the Sphinx. There is no Egyptian Sphinx. The Sphinx is a Greek woman. So there's nothing in ancient Kemet called the Sphinx. And the Sphinx is a Greek woman. That's what the Sphinx is. It's from Greek lore, or what the Greeks themselves call Greek mythology. This object here with the lion's body and the human's head was never in any ancient times called the Sphinx. It's Ra Harakuti Kepera Tem Ra. That's what it's actually called, or Harakuti, which has a completely different definition than a Sphinx, which is the sphincter of the anus. We'll get into that later. But so here's the opening entrance. That's always been there, but you don't get to see this when you go on tour. Now, here they are going into it. This man's face has been blocked off. Here they are looking into it, and here's looking down. Now, interestingly enough, Zahi Hawass, who blocked all the missions, he himself goes down there. Zahi Hawass, who blocked Schock, who blocked John Anthony West, Debeke, all the people that were funding to go down into these shafts to investigate what's going on in the Sphinx, he blocks it so that he can go down there. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Zahi Hawass himself going down into this chamber, which he denies, which he said there's no chamber, there's no underground pathway. And here he is himself because it was top secret. So what do? They go into the chamber. They show them going into the chamber. But look, ladies and gentlemen, the ladder's already there. We'll get into that later. The ladder's already there. Here they are going in. Zahi who reports, there's nothing that leads nowhere. There's nothing in it. It leads nowhere. If you look at this little arrow, you're going to see the ladder going down, and there's another tunnel right here that you can go into. But of course, Zahi has to report nothing's in there. Why? Because it was top secret. They cannot have a group of Egyptologists or tourists going down here discovering what was actually in there, because they're going to discover the time of the Zep Tepi, when before the Shemsu Hor, the successors of Heru took leadership as pharaohs. There was a time where the Kemetians had to go underground during the cataclysm around 12,000 years ago, and they had underground cities, a whole underground Kemet that's underneath the Kemet that's above. There's a Kemet that's above on the surface, and there's a whole underground city, a Kemet that's underneath, that dates back right before the time of the Younger Dryas cataclysm. But we're not allowed to talk about that. Why? Because they only want to start Kemet from Narmer. If you start Kemet from 15,000 years ago, then you're going to have to get into the Nitiru. The Nitiru being real, and you can't get into any pharaohs. So who was ruling 15,000 years ago? So here it is. Zahi Hawass goes down later. They spend 3 weeks excavating the same shaft that he says goes nowhere. Look at the picture closely. Now look at that same shaft. It's covered. It's hidden now. See that, ladies and gentlemen? It's covered now. So that means if news reporters come, so they block off the area, They cover the shaft, but it wasn't covered before. But now it's covered with a ladder going down. People are going into it, but only a certain amount of people. Afterwards, he investigated where the GPR said the cavity was in front of the pause, and he said there's nothing there. Then they banned every archaeologist from going there. After he said nothing's there, no archaeologists were allowed to go there. So only him and his crew was allowed to go in there because, of course, they had to be the first to discover because they have to censor what the public is going to see. So he says, I found a shaft going 29 meters, 95 feet, approximately vertically down. This leads into, let me go back to the room to make sure everybody can hear me, because this leads into the question that the brother asked. So the brother asked a question about this 90-foot shaft and city going underneath. Let me go to the comments and see if the brother's even in the room, because now we're going to actually get into it. So is the brother actually in the room? Is AJ in the room? If not, AJ, don't worry, you will see it afterwards. I don't see, he must have fell asleep, but he'll catch it afterwards. Don't worry. Everybody can hear me. Press a 1 if you can hear me. If you can see me, press a 1 if you can hear me and see me. We're going to wrap it up pretty soon. I'm going to go over all the support and the donation after this answer that was given. I'm going to go to the questions and see if we can get to them next week to start off the class. And I'm going to show all of you who gave support. And because it is getting late, it's 12 o'clock. For those of you who want to be first in line to get the question answered, you can send the questions before the pod class so you can be kind of front row, because it does take me a long time to go through some of these questions, and there's always questions left. Always questions left, because these are intricate, detailed answers from intricate, detailed history. You got to know it all. So I can't just say, yeah, there's underground tunnels and Osiris's tomb is there. Peace, y'all. So I can't do that. Other teachers may be able to get away with that. I can't do that. So here we go. Everybody can hear me. Wonderful. We'll go back to the screen share and finish this off. This question here to show you how Zahi Hawass himself, he goes down in there. He goes down in there and gets the credit after he stopped everybody else. Then he bans everybody from going down there. And he says 95 feet approximately vertically down into the ground, exactly halfway between Chephren Pyramid and the Sphinx at the bottom, which was filled with water. We have found a burial chamber with 4 pillars. In the middle is a large granite sarcophagus, which I expect to be the grave of Osiris. So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, he's not expecting it to be the grave of Osiris. He's already down there and sees what it is. He's not reporting this after he comes out. He's already down there. And I'm going to prove that they already were down there prior to him making the statement. So this statement is being made as if he's reporting live. Hey, I see this and I expect this to be. When you expect it to be, that means you haven't gone there yet. You haven't looked close. He's already gone there, ladies and gentlemen. The ladders are already there. The camera crew's already down there. So he knows it's the grave of Osiris. How in the world did they get granite 95 feet through this little tunnel that they crawled through? There's a granite sarcophagus. It is humongous. And it's granite. Where does granite come from? It's coming from Aswan, 600 miles away. This is even more or equally as impressive as the building of the pyramid. The building, the amazing aspect about the building of the pyramid, one of them is how did they move the granite up? How did they move the granite from Aswan all the way to where the Giza pyramid is, build with it, move it around? You can't even move granite. How did they cut it? Well, here they're moving it 95 feet underground through a little shaft that people can fit through, and they're carving sarcophagus under the ground. How did that happen? How did they get that? How do they do that? Because this is not done by regular people. This is done back in the time of the Zep Tepi. No pharaoh claimed this, which is amazing. The pharaohs are known, their scribes are known to write down the greatest things that they have done. Whenever they explore an area, whenever they discover something, whenever the pharaohs are always attributed to their works. No pharaoh has claimed the building of any pyramid, and no pharaoh has claimed the building of this underground city. This aired on Fox. It was called The Tomb of Osiris. So here we go. This is them showing them going 55 feet to 65 feet down. You go down. This is below the Sphinx, the Herakuti. And then there's a little area room down here. Then you go down further down, and there's another area room. For them to get the granite stone in a sarcophagus from a Swan River, from the part of the Nile of Swan down here, they got to bring it through this little tunnel, bring it down here, move it this way, bring it down this tunnel, bring it down here, move it. I would love, I need somebody to, I need a teacher. I need a Kemetic person to explain to me, how did the Kemetians do this? What pharaoh did this? 55 feet underground? What's the breathing like down there? How is the breathing down there, ladies and gentlemen? How is it? What are one of the dangers of mining that miners go through? Isn't it air quality? Are they going 95 feet down? 95 feet, where's the air? How's the breathing down there? To build a chamber of Osiris. So here we go. We're 95 feet down, and boom, here he is down there already. He's already down there. He's down there. It's all lit. And Zahi Hawass is down there. He doesn't allow the actual people that used the SRI and discovered that there was this chamber and these tunnelways under there. He blocks them, and then he goes down there. Here he is. But look at this picture, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it. This is him supposedly going down there live. He's supposedly discovering this, but as I point out to my goddesses, what's wrong with this picture? The lighting is already set up. The ladders are already there. And he's walking down them. He's not discovering this because the cameraman is below him. Ladies and gentlemen, if the cameraman is below him, that means the cameraman is down there first. So he's not down there discovering it because he would have a flashlight pointed downwards, looking down. The cameraman is already below him. The ladders are already there. These are not Kemetic ladders. This isn't the ladders that the Kemetians put there. They didn't put the light bulb on the side. So they've already been down there, discovered this, and then they say lights, camera, action. Now that we've discovered this, taking what we want out, censor what we want to censor, now we're going to show the world, hey, we're going down there now. But they've already been down there. So look at this. Here is what they depict. Here is them. Now, notice they're very interesting here. Look at this huge sarcophagus they have in this waterway system. Ladies and gentlemen, you will not see this in any pro-black Kemetic book. You will not see this in any the Bens, any of the people that claim to be they're pro-black Kemetic, and they're because this information, like Ahati was saying, you're not going to find this in Sheikh Anta Diaz's books. You're not going to find this in the conservative Egyptologists, even pro-black books. You're not going to find this information. This information shakes the belief system of what modern day Kemetic people are teaching. It shakes Egyptology. A huge sarcophagus, 95 feet under the ground. Look how they have video, and they have an artist draw what he saw. This is the artist depiction. But they had a camera. See over here? They have a camera. But they have the artist draw this. But they have a camera to take a picture of it. But they don't show you the picture that they have. They just show you the artist rendition. And in the artist rendition, it's blurry hieroglyphics, very, very blurry. But you can see this is Asar right here. And here's the sarcophagus. You can see the Shen with Asar. And here's the tomb here inside of the waterway. Who built this? When? What dynasty? This is the time of the Zep Tepi. Here they are under here with this huge sarcophagus under the ground. Here they are. They already have crane hooks set up. Look at the size of this thing. Who built this? How does this fit into Kemetic history? Is this Khufu built this too? Who is this? Did Montu build this? Ramses did this? Who did this? But when they date what's down there, they date it to 15,000 years old. That's before the Younger Dryas, which makes total sense. Look at the size of the tomb that they found. It's 9 feet long. They call this the tomb of Osiris. 9 feet long. If this is a tomb, how big was the person in the tomb? A 9 foot long tomb. 11 to 12 tons plus the box. There's a lid. So they have the lid of the tomb, 11 to 12 tons, and the box is 11 to 12 tons. 24 tons. Who moved this down those little shafts and worked on this underground, and what air circulation, what human beings did this? If anybody can refer me to the dynasty of oxygen regular breathing humans that went 95 feet under the ground, and they put on their back a 11-ton lid. Well, first of all, the granite stone would have to be bigger than this for them to make the lid this. So you don't start off with, when you're building something out of stone, the stone is much bigger than what you start with because you're cutting it down to the size that you want. So it was bigger than 11 tons. It was bigger than 12 tons. Who carved this? What tool was used? And why is it so old? And why does it say Osiris? They just show a picture. So that's what they show. And so to the brother who asked the question, there's the picture you want to see. There's the story of it. And they use satellite radar. We're not even going to get into that part. That's the part where they that's a whole nother part there. We're going to stop right there. But there it is right there. There's a 95 feet. So some of them they have pictures of. Some of it they have artist depiction. But if you look closely, and I blow this up and look closely, you can see that that is a Shen right here. That is a Sar right there. There's a Shen, a huge 9-foot tomb. And that right there is a Shen. And it says Osar in it. Asar, ladies and gentlemen, according to these depictions and these pictures that Zahi Hawass and the Egypt, those who were allowed down there saw, Asar's name is in a Shen. I'll say it again. Asar's name is in a Shen. 95 feet below the ground, according to modern day Egyptian Kemetic teachers, the Shen is only supposed to be what you put the name of a physical living pharaoh inside of. This is Asar's name. I can read it. That's Asar right there. That's the Os, that's the Os seat, and that's the Ar right there. And this is a Shen. It says Asar right in there. Asar. And this is the house of Asar, or the Per Asar. I see it right there. It's hard to make out the rest. I can see the Neb Heru. It's hard to make out this, but this is definitely the Per sign. That's the Asar sign. That's the Neb Heru. And there's Asar's name inside of the Shen right there, which shows that the Netter's name was inside of the Shen. Asar's name, because he was the first buried of the Netter. What is his name doing in a Shen? If Asar is just a principal, why is his name in a king's Shen? According to all Egyptologists and all Kemetologists and all the conscious people, the only name that goes in a Shen is the name of a living pharaoh. Nothing else goes in the Shen. No name of your pet, no principle, no proverbs, only the name of a living pharaoh goes in the Shen. And here's Asar's name inside the Shen, going back 15,000 years ago. No civilization predates that. But I'm going to stop right there. AJ Mogul, there is your images that you wanted to see. I have some more, but I'm going to stop right there. But that's what you wanted to see. That's what Zahi Hawass blocked the others from researching, from going down there, because he wanted to be the so-called first to discover it. And then, of course, he wanted to censor what these things said, because, of course, if they go down there and there's a whole underground city and civilization, then, of course, there's papyrus. Of course, there's writing. We see the writing. There's writing talking about the stories of them being down there, of the gods, of the Netter. They do not want this to get into regular Egyptology. They do not want this to get into Egyptology. So that's what they do, is they just send you pictures, and boom, that was years ago. You don't hear anything about this anymore. Not a thing about this anymore. All right. So that is the answer to that question, AJ. If you're listening, hope you got the answer. I'm going to go through to see if everybody else saw and appreciated the answer or just understood the point of how drastic this cover up is. Okay, Jesus Marquez says that's why we come here, Saba. Wow, beautiful time. Zep Tepi. Yeah, so much is going on. So much, man. There's so much. Safe to assume the artist's depictions are not accurate. Yeah, because of course they're not gonna. They're gonna let you see what they want to see, but they let us see too much. They let us see too much. That's enough for any. But the regular person would see that and not really make it out. But that is enough to see. There's a tomb. It says it's a tomb of Asar. It has Asar's name in the Shen. That's enough. That's all I need to see. And there's granite underground, granite carved underground in the area. If I go 95 feet underground, I wonder how well I breathe under there as a human being. But anyways, yes, shout out to everybody that appreciated the answer. The Asker21 says, great breakdown. Cash Peden puts a fire as always. Heka Kepara puts a fire. E-Manifesto puts a, I think somebody with glasses, I don't know what that is. But Rob G puts, thank you for your knowledge, great master teacher. You are very welcome. Comedic Meta G says, what is this? I mean, Judah Naz did state publicly the Jews built the pyramids. Kamik puts Jabari, are you listening? Yeah, they're the people are listening, man. They're listening. They just can't. People are listening. We'll just put it like that. People are listening because I hear a lot of influence. I'll just say that I hear a lot of influence, and there's a lot of people who are your favorite debaters and favorite teachers. They don't say this publicly, but they say to me that I'm their favorite, but they can't let that be known publicly. But they come and say, but I'm the one that has to be kept secret because what I'm teaching is majorly controversial. But they say that I'm their favorite, but they don't say that when they get onto the public forums. They can't say this. Who's this man with a spider on his hat holding snakes? He can't be. That's not what we want to get known. So he's doing magic. He's bending forks. He's answering questions. He's doing bodybuilding. No, we can't. We just got to keep it basic, non-scary, regular, and they can't say it. But that's cool. That is absolutely fine because all I care about is you all here getting the information. I'm not here for popularity or anything like that. I'm just here to answer what you all put me to the test to answer. But yes, they definitely say that I'm their favorite on the phone and in different places. But it can't be. I'm not the popular person to be a favorite because it may take away money. There's a lot of politics going on, but all I care about is getting the information to you all. So let's go. I'm going to go through the rest of the donations. I always want to give props to everybody who donated. That's Arthur Richardson. Arthur also sends another one. Shout out to Arthur Richardson for that. Arthur, AJ, he has so many names. He's probably sleeping right now. But AJ sends in another one, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to AJ Archer Richardson, who sends another one for the same amount. And he says, what does this one say? Let me go ahead and put this one in the room. I'm just going to put the rest of these in the room, give a shout out, and then I'm going to close it down. But you all know what happens once the next podcast starts. All of your questions that you asked last podcast, that all gets answered. Let me go ahead and erase some of these so that I can put the new ones up. What is this? Oh, okay. I thought I said 183. Okay, let me go ahead and erase some of these. So So I can put the new ones up. And we have Arthur Richardson, which is Super Mogul, who says, yes, this is another great question, which I wish I had time to answer. I'm going to definitely get into this. He says, this is a very valid question. Very good, man. Look at this question, everybody. What is the difference between a netter and a pharaoh? Definitely next week's class is going to be super fire and awesome. Look at these questions. We got E Manifesto's question. We got this one. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome, awesome, awesome. Shout out to you again. You are always supporting. I appreciate it. That's what is that? That's $48. That's 24 and 24, $48. Thank you, Super Mogul AJ. You are awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. We love you, brother. You're probably sleeping right now, but thank you for the support. You are excellent. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It makes me, it motivates me to keep teaching, to keep going, because this does take hours of my day. It takes a lot of time. So thank you for the appreciation. Thank you for the support. And I'm doing this with all of you. We're all the team here. I'm the door, and you all are Saba too. Saba is also the name of the student in Kemet. Let's go. Shout out to that. So I got to put on, let me put a note here. I got to put a note on that one. Let me see if it's this one here. Okay, answered that question. This one here I'm going to put for next week. You know me, guys. I'm accountable. I never leave you hanging. For next week. Next week is going to be super fire. It's going to be great. Okay, let's get on to the next one. I want to go through these. It's after 12 o'clock here. These podcasts are like 5 hours long. So we have Archer Richardson. Who else is here? I have a YouTube. Who's this? Oh, man, Anthony Jackson. Anthony Jackson. Oh, which is Heka Kepera. I got to get used to all these names. Heka Kepera. Heka Kepera is blowing me away with the support. He just says for support. He is. Let me go ahead and do this. Heka Kepera, you are awesome. You definitely get a round of applause. I'm going to go ahead and put you in the room here. Heka Kepera is wonderful. He just sends support. Let's see if this is it here. Heka Kepera. 2572. I love how you all put the little code numbers in there. You put 72. Shout out to Heka Kepera. Appreciate the support. You are awesome again. And that's just for support. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. E Manifesto. Thank you. Heka Kepera. Thank you, AJ. Thank you. Everybody, Comedic Note G. Everybody who just who is supporting, who's supporting and asking questions, because when you all ask questions, it's not just for you. There's some people. So there's 92 people watching, and there's maybe about 13 people who support. So so 92 people watching are feeding off of your questions for free. Well, 92 subtract 13, subtract thousands, because when it drops, these videos get hundreds and they get sometimes thousands of views. So your questions are actually feeding other people that may want to ask the same question. They may be too shy. They may want to be in the background. Maybe they don't want to support. Maybe they can't. Maybe they watch the show 5 months later and they say, I always wanted to ask that question. So you all who are sending these supportive donation questions are actually feeding and supporting people that are just watching and getting the answers that they're getting content from your questions. So thank you all. We couldn't do this without you all. You all are feeding the making me give the content. Okay, who else do we have here? We have a lot to go through. We have Abbas. Shout out to Abbas. Shout out to Abbas. Where is it? Shout out to you, Abbas, who gives, what is this? Okay, there it is. Boom. Abbas, who gives $10. Shout out to you. He says, can you give an in-depth guide to have an astral travel? An in-depth guide to have an astral travel. Shout out to you, Abbas, for your support. You are great. I see you sent another one too. I give this guide to a lot of people. It's actually influenced by knowledge that I have, combined with a good brother named Albert Taylor, who has a book called Soul Traveler. You can all go pick up that book. And one of the techniques that I give, which I can't give an in-depth one because that would take up too much time right now and running out of time. That's more for a private one-on-one question. But I will give this. And what you can do is you want to make sure that your posture is flat on the bed. You want to make sure that you're very relaxed. And also, it would be good to do this in the daytime. One of the reasons being is because when your mind is programmed to lay in the bed at night, or even to lay in the bed, period, it wants to go to sleep. In the daytime, there's a part of the subconscious that wants to keep you awake. So one of the things I find is a good technique is to do it when you're really tired in the daytime. So there's a part of you that wants to go to sleep, but there's a part of you that says to stay awake because it's daytime. So it may turn into a nap, a daydream, but there's a part of you that wants to be conscious. And also, when you have an out-of-body experience in the daytime, you can actually see clearer. A lot of people describe out-of-body experiences as being gloomy and dark, and that is simply because the world that you're in when you go out of body is an echo of the physical world. And just like it's dark at nighttime, because you're in an echoed world of that darkness, it's going to look dark and gloomy in the out of body. And out of body in the daytime is actually very sharp and crisp, and you can actually see things more vividly. But you can lay down in your bed, relax on your back. When you breathe in, you want to breathe in through the nostrils in a very relaxed manner. You breathe in through the nostrils, and that is because your nostrils were designed to breathe in. That's why you have nostril hair, and you have no mouth hair. The hair is around your mouth, but it's not in your mouth. Why do you have hair in your nostrils but not in your mouth? Because the nostrils were originally meant to do the breathing and protect from the particles that come in. The hair does that. So the hair protects it. You breathe in through the nostrils. You breathe out through the mouth. The mouth actually has no filter, so it's actually not as healthy to breathe in through the mouth as it is through the nostrils. So you breathe in through the nostrils, breathe out through the mouth. As you breathe in and out, you visualize a blue ball above you. The blue ball can be a neon type semi-glowing ball. You want it to have some type of light, and you want it to look like something that is, you're visualizing this. You don't want it to be dull. You want it to be sharp in color so that it stands out from the rest of the room. You want to imagine a line coming down like a rope coming down from the ball, going into your nose as you breathe in, and as you breathe out, you want to visualize it coming out of your mouth. So it forms like a not circular but oblong line going up. It's round, but it's going up into the ball, back down into your body, up into the ball, down into your body. And when you breathe out, you want to relax and make the sound of who, but it's very light who. It's not who as in who are you. It's more of a who. That is an ancient sound. That is an ancient metanator in Kemet, which became popular in meditation. And it is an ancient word for creation and wisdom and consciousness. I can get into the whole class. It's actually a word for command also, because that is where the utterance of command was taught in Kemet, that things came through sound vibrational energy, and you can command things into existence through sound. So you make that whoo sound. You breathe in through the nostrils, breathe out. And you imagine that line going up into the ball. And then what you do is, with your eyes closed, because this is all your imagination, you imagine your hands reaching up. Do not move your physical hands. You're just going to imagine your hands reaching up and grabbing onto the two blue lines, and you're going to imagine pulling yourself upward. It may take a few tries, but you're just going to visualize that, and you're going to be very, very relaxed. Once you feel any sensation of yourself pulling upward, you are having a bioenergetic double experience, and you're doing a mind split. At this time, you may have what's called energetic conflict. Energetic conflict is your mind consciousness now observing the energetic changes that your physical senses can't sense, but the split of consciousness from your physical body up into your energetic double is making a lot of sound. Sometimes it sounds like a helicopter, a whirlwind. It sounds very unorthodox, and it may scare you back into your body. Thus, you're holding on to something, pulling yourself up, feeling a little more secure as you start to hear those sounds. You just focus on pulling up and don't focus on those sounds. But those sounds are the sounds of you leaving your body. I'm going to stop there for now for more because there's much more to do. But just try that part, and then you can set up private classes with me, and I can walk you through the rest. But thank you for that question, young brother. Appreciate that. Thank you for reaching levels to ask a question like that as a person who was raised a Muslim, who would not even be allowed to discuss such topics. But thank you for that. Heka Kipara gives praise for that. I don't even know if Abbas is still in the room. But shout out and thank you for that. Shout out to you from the UK. I am Kadzina. Shout out to you. And yeah, there are only about 13 people donating, if even. All watching, trying to give at least $5 support. I see, yeah, that is how it is. And as some of the people watch more, they'll learn to appreciate more. Some people are new, some people are watching, and as they watch more, they'll be saying, oh, you know what? Maybe Tehuti and his time and knowledge is worth supporting, and then they'll start supporting. We have a lot of people just watching because, hey, YouTube is free. So, but yeah, they'll develop into it. But thank you, my brother, and thank you for asking that question, Abbas. We're going to get into the next support, which I believe is you again. Yes, it is Abbas again. Abbas again, who's just giving support. Shout out to you. He says, thank you for all you do. He puts a black heart, and he just says, thank you for all you do. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the room here. And, oh, this is too much. Hold on. Got erase. I'm doing this all manually. Ladies and gentlemen, all this is manual. So I got to erase certain things here and do it all. All this is all live. Erase that, erase that, erase that, erase that. And now I can put up a boss. Here we go. Let's try this again. Boom. And there you are. I gotta go to bed soon, ladies and gentlemen. $10 too for a boss. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that for your consistent support. You are awesome. Let's get on to the next. I'm trying to get through these. And there is Owen Hythe again. You are awesome, man. This brother here came in for the very first time. I met him giving the biggest donation of the Podclass. That's how he introduced himself. Okay, shout out to you, Owen Hythe. I don't understand the question, but I'm gonna put it in the room here for everyone to see. I don't quite get the question, but shout out to you and the support. And maybe we can get to this later when I can understand what this question actually is. But shout out to you. I'm going to give you a round of applause because you've been given the most donations. You came in donating hardcore. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Peace and love. Shout out to you and your support. And we're gonna talk a little later. We're gonna talk about this question here. Maybe you can send me a personal DM to clarify it. Actually, you have my text number. You can actually text me, and I don't quite. But it says 3272. I like the 72s, by the way. It says Anunnaki versus reptilian. I don't comprehendo, but Anunnaki versus reptilian. Okay, we'll go over that. Maybe you can contact me later on that. But shout out to that support, and I'm sure you'll send me something in an email or something later to clarify what that means. Oh, is this Kamit? We have Kamit here. But I just see an email. I don't see Kamit. I don't know if this is for the class. I don't see. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. It came in way up at the top. I see. Wow. Kamit Kamit, you need to send me these questions before the class. I need to create answers for you. I need to put together these answers. Hold on. I need to design answers for you because the amount you support with is just worth the best, most detailed answer. So for Ob, I'm just gonna go ahead and put it in the room, and then we'll figure this out in a moment to see. So shout out to Kamit. You are, man. I'm gonna go ahead and play the clap before you even. Kamit is awesome. Where are you, Kamit? Let's see. Shout out to Kamit, who gives definitely the biggest donation of the night. And look at this, everybody. Wow. 7572. Shout out to you, Kamit. He says, question sent in the Gmail email. Shout out to you, my brother. I'm going to go ahead and put the question up as well. That is amazing. Let me go ahead and find the question. Let me go ahead and find the question here. So I can go ahead and put that up as well. And there's the question. I see it now. I'm gonna go ahead and put that up so we have a log of the question. Shout out to you, my brother. You are incredible. Oh, 1 second. Hold on. Wow. Shout out to you, Kamit. You're just very impressive. I want to give you the best answers here. So we're definitely gonna put this. Cause there's like 4 questions in here. This is definitely gonna. Let me go ahead and put it up there for everybody to see. First off, for everybody to see. Here we go. Shout out to you, Kamit. Here is the question. The question is, let me blow the screen up a little bit. It's a little small. But peace, Tehuti. Personally, I believe the originals are in a state of devolution. Do you believe regression can be reversed? Also, are you aware that the majority of Akebu lands, ports, and lands are controlled and owned by the Tamahu? Absolutely, I'm aware of that. I'm 100% aware of that. That has actually been for hundreds of years, actually. That's actually been for hundreds of years, ever since the so-called slave trade, when they came and saw the Arabs, and they started controlling the ports. But we're going to get into that. But I want to get into the question, which is, do you believe regression can be reversed? Absolutely. And it can be reversed. This is what we're doing right now. We are at the Tehuti Podclass reversing this. And yes, we are definitely de-evolving. Let me go in the room and see if Kamit is even here. Like I said, I can't see this in real time. So, oh, he put the he is here. Here he is. Kamit, shout out to you, my brother. Binary number for 72. Shout out to you. He put here, unfortunately, most of the people do not know the difference between what they want and what they need. You need Tehuti's people of the class. Thank you for you, my brother. Thank you for you. Thank you for you. Thank you for the support. But yes, we are definitely devolving. I want to actually show some examples of that for next week. Podclass, just some examples of devolution. Oh no, I don't want to leave the site. Cancel. No. It was about to kick me off. Hold on, everybody. Wait a minute. Let me just shrink this down. Boom. And where's Kamit at? That is who's this? That's eManifesto. So next week for eManifesto. Where's Kamit? There's Kamit. And I'm gonna elaborate more on this next week. Next week. Question and email. Yeah, I want to definitely talk about this next week. I'm going to talk about this in more detail. Definitely. But shout out to you, Kamit. You are, man. You are a supporter of supporters. Supporter of supporters. You support the supporters. Thank you, my good brother Kamit. You are excellent, and I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to move on. I see the question there. So, Kamit, you're logged in. We have, oh, hey, Shannon. Wait, is this the Shannon? Let me see Shannon in the room. Shannon, is this you? We are actively evolving our timeline just by being here. Okay. Shout out to Shannon. I believe this is the same Shannon. I'm going to go ahead and put your support in the room. Shout out to you, who gives the 555. I like how you guys give you give the support in like certain code numbers and matching numbers and echoed numbers and all of that. I appreciate it. I like it. Thank you so much. Oh, there you are. That's you with the hearts. Or was that Red Fist? I'm not sure, but yeah, that's you then. That's you. Yes, 555. I got you right here. Let me go ahead and put you on the screen for your wonderful. You are here every pod class. Shout out to you, Shannon. You are definitely here every pod class. I don't remember where I first saw you, if it was Killer Priest, but your name definitely is one who's been there for a long time. You've definitely been there for a long time. I'm not sure if it's Killer Priest or if it's in the debate leagues, but that name definitely, I see it all over consistently. So shout out to you, Shannon. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 555. You are wonderful. Keep it going. Keep learning. Keep growing. All right, let's move on. Who else is here? That was Shannon. So that is Robert E. Williams. Are you here, brother? Robert? Robert E. Williams. Are you here, my brother? I'm gonna give you a shout out because you're a big donation. Thank you very much, my brother. You are awesome. I think the question is cut off, or the sentence is. I'm gonna put this in the room and see if anybody can make this out, or if Robert is here, maybe he can make this out for us. But definitely it's cut off. So I'm going to put it in the room here and see what we can make out of this. Boom. Boom. Okay, let's see what we can make out of this. So shout out to Brother Robert, who sends a very, very nice, very generous amount. Shout out to you, Robert E. Williams. And appreciate that. I'm going to give a clap for everybody. I'm going to give a clap for everybody. I'm going to give a clap for Shannon, too. I'm going to clap for everybody who is consistent. This is for everybody who's just consistent. Appreciate you all. You all are there. Every pod class, Robert, Shannon, Kameet, Boss Fee, AJ, Comedic Metal G, Take a Kepa Raw, Master K. I'm doing this by memory. E-Manifesto, Stranger. I know I'm forgetting somebody, but I'm tired. And everybody who just constantly. I remember Neto the Greatest. Neto the Greatest. He's out there somewhere. He's constantly supporting. Shout out. I mean, he's taking care of something. I'm not sure, but I haven't seen him in a while. But shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. I can't remember everybody's names off bat, but yeah, it is Stranger, James Page, Scott Reiger, everybody. Micha, who has that other name, that name I can never say. Remember, A Lucky Shot, everybody. Shout out to all of you. What's Micha's name? B. Ged Leger. He has so many names, so many different. Okay, shout out to everybody who is here. Nathaniel, shout out to you, Nathaniel. He's always Nathaniel's consistent. Nathaniel's like the thing that what was that movie where they're trying to get out of jail? I think it was Morgan Freeman. He kept picking at the jail until he made a tunnel, but every day it was like a swimming pool of doo-doo. What was that? Shawshank's Redemption. And he kept picking and picking. You don't think he's doing anything because little by little, but then it turned into an escape. That's Nathaniel. Nathaniel is it's every like five. He's like, I can give more. I want to give more, but these little fives, they add up. They add up. They continuously add up. He's Shawshank Redemption. That's Nathan right here. Yep, it's adding up. It adds up because he's consistent with it always. Shout out to you, Nathan. And here you are. Let me give you show you on the screen here. Boom. Shout out to Nathan, Nat Turner. Shout out to you. I saw your email with your concoction that you made, and that was interesting. He says, what did he say? He says, for the information. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate their he has a lot of respect for me. And yeah. Yeah, shout out to you, my brother. All right, let's go. We got a couple more to wrap up before I close out. I think this 6-hour podcast. We got oh, they keep coming in. Jermaine. I love it. I love it. There's just support now. So it's gonna be oops. Nope. Cancel. Arcad Infinite. Arcad Infinite. Always supporting with the 777. He's consistent. So he's very consistent. Thank you, my brother. Let me get to the room. Where is he? Arcad Infinite. I know he's here on the screen. I'm going to get him in. Oh, man. No, that's Shannon. Nate. Okay, let's sorry, but I gotta delete some things. What's this? That's Africa. Oh, that's Africa. She's in too? Okay. Now I got space for boom, here it is. Shout out to Arcade Infinite, who says, for peace and love, just for support, Saba, thank you. When it's late like this, I like to see just the support because I can't answer any more questions right now. They're all gonna have to go for next week. So thank you for making it easy. Just for support is awesome. $8 for who's this? Oh, his his name looked like the question. Okay. Oh man, some of these questions I don't understand the wording of them. Let me and it could be because they may be from another country, and maybe English is a second language. Some of the wording is a little different. But shout out to this brother here, brand new brother. I'm not really familiar with his name, but I thought this was a question. But who am I? I thought he was asking who. But who am I is his name, and he says, how can I find my people origin like to the tribe? How can I find my people origin? Actually, my people's origin, but like to the tribe? Or maybe he's trying to find out what tribe he's from. So shout out to you, but who am I? For that kind of question, I have to talk to you directly. I have to ask you questions because the answer for you will be different from the answer for anyone else because I need to find out more about you so I can help you link to where you're going. So I don't know where you're from. I don't know who. Oh, is he? Let me go in the room and see. Rob G. Oh, this is you, Rob G. Peace, Rob G. Okay, Rob G. I want you to contact me. Contact me directly. That's a little hard to answer. I just write off because I need to know much more about you, and then I can kind of help you track put you on a path to track what your tribe is and things like that. That's a little difficult to answer just off of a screen name, but yeah, contact me. We'll go through that. But shout out to you. Shout out to the support. Appreciate the interesting question, brother. We all want to know where we're from, right? And we have Comedic Metter G. He's getting books. I always thought he had. I've had so much dealings with Comedic Metter G. Oh no, where'd it go? I've had so much interaction with Comedic Metter G that I just assume he always had my books. Peace, Master Teacher. Can I have your 2 books? Cordially. Let me put this up here. Shout out to Comedic Metter G. Wait a minute. No. I'm not gonna put your name. I'm not gonna put your name. Shout out to Comedic Metter G. But the cash amount is, your name is in there, so I'm gonna go to the bottom. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Comedic Metter G. And I'm gonna put that in. You had them, but they were misplaced. So they're ebooks, but they're email books, but I'm okay, no problem. I'm gonna send them out to you. Thank you for the support again. Let me first of all put you on the screen because you Comedic Metter G, can you email me right now? So peace, Master Teacher. Can I have your 2 books PDF sent email? Cordially, Saba. My request has been respectfully submitted. He talks poetic. I like the way he types. So shout out to you, Comedic Metter G, and go ahead and send me an email right now, and you'll get the books before the class is over. Go ahead and send me an email right now, and you'll get the books before the class is over. Okay, we only have 2 more to go, then we're going to close out. And it is Nito Campbell, who always just sends support. He says, Hotep. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Shout out to you, my brother, who just says Hotep. And I'm going to go ahead and put you in the room right now. It says Hotep. Yes, I read that. Shout out to Nito Campbell for the $18 for Hotep. Shout out to you, Nito Campbell. You are awesome, and you are consistent too. I'm going to give you a round of applause because you are majorly consistent. There's literally no Podclass where you don't give a donation. So shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate that. You are wonderful. We have 1 more to go, then we're going to close it out. Shout out to Nito Campbell. You are wonderful, my brother. Shout out to you. Okay. We got 1 more to go. And that 1 more is... Anthony Peden. Anthony Peden. Shout out to you, my brother. Who sends 1072. He's like a drain with a 1072. 1072. Okay. Boom. And they put this in the room here. Shout out to you, Nito Campbell. And I'm going to add... Nito Campbell, and is it Anthony Drain who keeps sending 1072, right? And this is Anthony Peden. There's 2 Anthonys that send 1072. Shout out to Anthony Peden with the 1072. Shout out to Anthony Peden and I think Anthony Drained. Two people from the 1072. Shout out to all of you. You are awesome. There's my email. There's the email. Shout out to everybody who has come to the Tehuti Podclass. You are wonderful, powerful. You all help the knowledge expand. Share the information. That means get these YouTubes out there. Let everybody see what they're missing. Tell everybody to come to the class, and they can get the information. They can come for free. They can give donations. Let them come. Share this on your Facebook. There's one guy named something Bluff. He's constantly sharing the my link on the Facebook. But shout out to you. Shout out to everybody who supports. And let me see something here if there's anybody else. One moment. That's strange. Hold on, everybody. Give me a moment. That is odd. Wait a minute. Am I plugged in? One moment, everybody. Let me see something here. Boom, boom, boom. This is so strange. 1 second, everybody. Give me a moment here. I don't even know why it's doing this. What's strange? Oh, wait a minute. Let me go to my hard drive. I'm about to figure this out. Give me a moment. This should be a section of PDF. How strange is that? Oh, previous 30 days. This Mac is I'm still getting used to the Mac, everybody. Hold on a moment. So shout out to everybody for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. You are awesome. We're going to close up in just a minute. I appreciate all the support. I appreciate everybody asking questions, which keeps the podcast going. You all keep the podcast going. Spread the information, spread the word. Without you, there would be no podcast because there'd be no questions. Make sure that you all study and stay sharp. Every Friday, let everybody know that this podcast takes place every Friday at 7 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. 7 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. Share it with your family. Download it if you like. If you want to download it, I give you permission to download it from YouTube. Play it in the background. Play it in your car. Let everybody know what the Tehuti Podclass is about. 1 second here, everybody. We're going to close out with the affirmation. Before we do that, I'm going to give a shout out to a few people that are in the room that I see. That's what I always do. So shout out to Arcad Infinite. Shout out to you. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to you. Shout out to Cash Peden, who says, no worries, I'll be here early next week. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Information Age. Information Age is the sister that does she moved some of the debates. Shout out to Information Age. Everybody go check out Information Age. A good sister who does debates on her channel. I actually had an interview on her channel. Shout out to Information Age. Peace to you, sister. Always nice to see you. You're great. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the room. Comedic Matter G says copy that. Comedic Matter G, check your email and type in the room what you see in your email. I want to show everybody how fast we are. Shout out to Rob G. Shout out to Rob G. And pass me on, Josh. Shout out to Rob G. Shout out to Corn. Shout out to Corn. Cash Peden. Everybody in the room. Hika Kepara, of course. Shout out to you. Shout out to Shannon Southard. Shout out to you, Shannon. You hung in there to the end. Oh, Shannon put a yes, it was on KB. Yes, it was on KP. Debates and all. Thank you for being consistent. That's where I remember you from. Shannon, yes. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the room. Arcad. Everybody in the room who supports. Nanny Aset Mur. Information Age. Shout out to you, sister. And you guys go check her out. She has some good interviews on there. It has some debates which would have been on the other league, but that other league went crazy, so I think she took over. So a lot of the debates are on her channel now. Shout out to Information Age. Ed Wren is still here, still rocking. Ed Wren, shout out to you. And we started the show on the 17th, and we're ending the show on the 18th. Shout out to you. Shout out to Ed Wren. Shout out to the people that are asleep. Stranger. Everybody. Let me see here. And shout out to my moderators. Let me see if I can get this on the screen. Shout out to moderators. Let me see if we can get this up here. It's not showing as a moving thing. Let me try this one more time. Where's a quick look? There it is. Boom, I got it moving. Shout out to the moderators. I'm about to put you on the screen. The moderators who keep the room, help the room running smoothly. You all are great. There they are right there on the screen. Moderators, Unki and Ma'at. We have Nani Aset Mur. We have Saneti Amun. And we have Ahati Ma'at. These are the moderators. Shout out to you all. Love you all. You all are awesome. You help the room go smoothly. Okay, we're going to stop sharing that. They say Hotep moderators. Yeet still here. Yeet is still hanging in there. Yeet TT still hanging in there. Rigo dedicated hanging in there. Shout out to everybody. We're going to close out with the affirmation. And first I want to tell everybody, yes, you can pick up the books like Comedic Matter G did. This is Melanin and Dark Consciousness, boom, and Stepping Out of the Matrix, Secrets of the Ages, boom. Everybody please support. It's my AI moderator support with Cash App, TT Amun, support with the PayPal. You can send questions if you see this on YouTube and you just want to support what you see. It's PayPal at Rocky SV. Cash App TT Amun. You can pre-send questions if you want to be up front for the next class. You can do that. I appreciate all of you. The spider on the hat is Neith. She says peace. Let me show her up close. Show her up close. That is Neith. She is a unicorn, as you can see on her head. She represents photonic entanglement, and she has the unicorn on the head. And there she is. Nice unicorn there, Neith. I wish I could go sideways. Oh, there it is. You can see it sticking out. That is a unicorn. See that, everybody? She is a unicorn spider. Wonderful. That is my that is Neith from South Africa. And of course, shout out to the most beautiful red in black, Nakash. That is Nakash there, looking beautiful and awesome. Nakash, show them your wonderful colors. You are shining. They're called the Lampropeltes with their shining belts. But she is a Honduran he is a Honduran tricolor. Beautiful. Awesome. Look at that. Say peace to everybody because we're about to close out. These are the beautiful animals that help give me my energy. You can see them looking lovely. Look at that red right there, Nakash. Trying to wrap himself up in the mic. Wonderful. There you are. Show them your head, Nakash. Show them your head. There you go. Looking crazy. All right. Peace and love, everybody. Love everybody in the room that came to support. We were teaching this classes 5 hours and 52 minutes. I've been teaching for like 4 hours straight. Shannon says, beautiful. Hati Ma'at says, Nakash. Our collective consciousness is incredible here. That's right, brother. Neith has a fat booty. Does Tehuti have an IG, anyone? I do, and I hardly use it. I need to go back on there. I do. Send me a direct message. I'll send you the link to the IG. The moderators don't have the IG because they may. I have hardly ever used. I don't use it for anything really, other than to watch other people's IGs. I may make it more active. I have an IG and a Twitter. Stopped using them years ago. I may put them back into effect. Okay, so shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Send me a direct message to the Facebook and or email, and I'll link you to the IG and the Twitter, and maybe that'll motivate me to come back on IG and get active again. All right, we're going to end off with the affirmation, everybody. The affirmation is Anki Ma'at Un Ms Nin Tet Aset Mayat Min Have a Pet Mayat Her and Hukiui Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. By being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. Anki Ma'at means we live in Ma'at on a daily basis. Hey, the shirt, see the red and the black? And the red and the black snake. All right, Anki Ma'at, everybody. I wish I could show the rest of the shirt, but it's a beautiful shirt. Anki Ma'at, everybody, we live for Ma'at. Stay healthy, stay strong, stay mentally sharp. We're going to close out the class. Love everybody. Nania Setmer says, peace, Nakash and Spider Neith. Kamit says, take clips from the Ma'at class and post it on IG. Nah, that would be nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. And post it on that thing called TikTok. I heard that's popular too. Go ahead and do all of that. Post it on all those social media things. I'm busy, but go ahead and you have permission to take clips and post it everywhere. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love. Love everyone. Support the Podclass, everybody. Remember, we go by facts here simply because time is running out. Time is running out. We have no time to waste because it's running out. We have to go by ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. The moderators, again, that one shows up on the screen. And the Hati Ma'at is in there as well. Shout out to everybody. You are all awesome. You can support. And there are the books again. Boom and boom. Send me an email. And we're going to close out. Peace and love. Everyone who has entered and who participates in the Tehuti Podclass, who lasts all the way to the end. Anki Ma'at says Tehuti IG is at Amenhotep Ra. Yeah, that is me. Thank you. I didn't even know that. Thank you all for coming. Peace and love.